That I did a math pig. Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religions. Tonight is for you to come in and speak about anything confirming or denying of religious stories, and I would do my best to address your brain individually. The show do okay, I guess, speaking generally, but it's never going to be really satisfying to you if your questions aren't answered, if you aren't addressed specifically. So what I'd like to do is present this time. Yeah, I did a math pig. That's right. Or maybe you quit doing that. Maybe it's been a while since you started the show muted. Or maybe it wasn't you at all. Hard to tell. Too many shows. Too many different streams. May not even have been you. But welcome, Trusty 8 Podcast, Cryptomaria Commander 401, Mac the Human, Maynard Saves, and Math Pig. Peace and respect to you all. Okay. I think that because I really believe what I'm saying, I don't really get defensive about it. And the only time I even get I think, lightly annoyed, or I can go all the way to like aggressive, combative in my speech, is when I think the other person is not being honest. You know, when they're trying to manipulate the conversation, that I'm not actually engage. When they misrepresent me, if I think it's purposeful, I get offended by that, because I think they're basically being dishonest, and I just can't respect that. But the link is pinned at the top. Please feel free to hit that. Come on in, and I'll try to address your particular brain, because unless I address exactly how you think and the way that you're thinking about it and the questions that you have, I'm not doing my best to answer to you. I just can't. I can speak generally, but it's never going to like be really satisfactory. It's not going to be answering to you, because it's not answering to you. It's answering to a general idea. And I think Math Pig is proof of that, because we've been talking long enough. He pretty much can tell you what I'm going to say about a certain part of the text. We're doing on his channel. Go like and subscribe, Math Pig, if you haven't. We're doing a series on his channel on the Book of Revelation, and it's gotten to the point now where he's like, "Yeah, you're gonna say the following about this part right here," and generally he's right, which has shown that it doesn't mean he has to agree with me. He understands where I'm coming from. So that's really what I'm shooting for. I'm not expecting people to agree with me. In fact, I expect people to not agree with me. But I do want them to understand where I'm coming from. I want to understand where they're coming from. And part of that is personal conversations. So make a personal conversation by hitting that link. I'm told that the YouTube algorithm, is that the right word? Algorithm likes it when you say, so I'm going to try to start saying, please like and subscribe to this channel. Which, if you're here, it's because you subscribed to the channel. I suppose you wouldn't even know the show was on. Crypto, I do not know what NOLA means. If you want to tell me what that means, I'd appreciate it. I'm not even sure if I should say it or what's going on with that, because I really don't know what it means. All right. Okay. So I don't know how I'm going to pass the time until one of you guys decide to come in. I just don't even know what to do. If you guys want to write some objections to Christianity or any religion that is, comparable, something claiming a progenitor God as the rationale as to why we are even on this earth, if you wanted to present something like that, I would try to answer to you. Of course, it'd be better if I could hear your voice, then I'm reading what you write and I'm trying to understand. Oh, welcome, Ronan Kanushi. Everyone say hello to Ronan. Peace and respect. How are you?
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for coming in, man.
Oh, you're welcome. No, I thought you were going to, monologue for a little while and
Not
then,
good at that.
get your guests in there. But okay, I'm here. We'll go from there.
All right. Awesome. So here's a game that I think is fun, and or if you have something else you'd rather talk about.
No,
Um,
whatever you like, please. Whatever you like.
what's the stupidest, most impossible story that you know of, like from a religious thing?
The stupidest, most impossible what, please?
Story. Peace and
Story?
respect, JG, and welcome.
Uh, Story?
Thank you. Hey.
No, I can't really say. I mean, they're all stories, so I can't call them stupid or impossible because I'm not part of that. I can't, you know,
Okay.
criticize something I'm not involved with.
Well, we're talking about an internal critique here. I mean, as long as we have the story right, there's nothing wrong with saying this story is implausible, impossible for the following reasons. And that's really what I'm asking you. I said it kind of tongue in cheek, but
Well, no, well, if we start from the beginning, so to speak, the concept of the word,
mm-hmm,
WORD,
mm-hmm.
creating everything, that
Mm,
seems far fetched.
yeah. Do you think that when the Christians say that, they're saying that it like has magical powers that a word was spoken? Do you suppose that's what they mean?
Well, yeah, I do believe, theists, well, Christians in this case, do believe that just a word created all of it
Mhm.
because the presumption is God is all powerful.
Right, right. Okay, so we're on the same sheet of music. I think you're right. I think Christians are claiming that about the Bible, that God actually makes out of absolute nothing by speaking. Right,
Right, right.
right. Um, the problem that I have with that is that's hard to justify from the Bible. Like, for
Well,
instance,
well, I
go ahead.
can. What pops to mind is Hebrews 11:1, right, where it describes
With these
faith.
invisible things, God so made the worlds. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So the whole idea is because of the word, you believe in the word based on faith. Just, in other words, a deep trust that
Sure.
is true.
Sure.
Right, and I put it this way: I'm not discounting it. I'm saying that's just part of our evolutionary process as a species. Right,
Right.
we didn't have the answers at the time, so our fellow men conjured these ideas to explain the unknown.
That could work pretty good in a lot of situations.
Well, yes, they didn't know. I mean, well, we didn't know. It's our species. Yes, we didn't know at the time, and so there had to be something there. And well, the scholarly men, well, the men in power, they all had to explain, to themselves, how did this come about? Because we all have that curiosity. Yes, what am I
Sure.
doing here? Where
Yeah,
did
we're
I come
curious
from?
animals. That's true.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's just part of our higher order thinking skills. That curiosity will
Mhm.
always be there, and we've had it, since our inception as a species. And well, we were ignorant at the time, right? And we're slowly developing knowledge. Where it's analogous to a life cycle of a human being, right? Right now, where we are today, I call us toddlers, right? But we were more animalistic, I guess, barbaric in those days because we come from animal, right? And that's the way to control things: power, force,
Mhm.
right? That's the only way. Survival, basic
Mhm.
survival. So when we developed language, we formalized it, obviously executed control because men are physically stronger. I believe that's the only reason men are in charge, you know, because they're physically stronger.
So I want to ask JG what JG thinks about all that.
I'm sorry, I got some of that, but are you? Are you claiming that is it an evolutionary theory, just survival of the fittest, might makes right? Is that ultimately what you're getting
I
at?
think the overall topic, although that was spoken of, the overall topic was how could just use of words make things? It was the objection originally, I think.
Use of words make things. I think use
Yeah,
of words makes a language, right?
sure.
It doesn't actually create things. It just describes things.
Right. So I think the objection was that Christians will normally say something like the words of God are so powerful that they will make things out of nothing with nothing but just words. Is that about right, Ronan?
Yes, yes.
And Commander 401, what do you think about it? You've heard this from Christians? You are muted on your own device. Commander 401, you are muted on your own device, but not StreamYard.
I don't know if I've ever heard a Christian claim that. You have, Richard?
Oh, yes, I definitely have. I think
What,
that's an overall idea that's kind of assumed.
is there a certain phrase you have in mind or certain words?
Just the way they look at Genesis 1:1. There you are, Commander. Go ahead.
When you say they, just like a typical, you're just describing like a typical Christian. I mean, who's they?
Yeah, I think it's majorative, although and it's never conclusive. You can never say 100% of the group believes this thing,
Well, I mean,
exactly the same way.
it's just a straw man, isn't
Because
it? Just to say they, doesn't that equate
not
to a
not if
straw
I
man?
qualify it by saying that, of course, there's variance within people, and
And they're mistaken. This group of people, they're mistaken because.
I hadn't got to that yet.
Okay.
Actually, why I think they're mistaken, but I would appreciate Commander 401's opinion as well.
Well, one of the biggest criticisms of Christianity have is simply that when you get large groups of people together, someone always manipulates the situation. And
Okay.
if you actually read the prophets of the Old Testament or the Tanakh, particularly Jeremiah, about 10 years ago, I was reading him, and I was just seeing how he was like a psychologist, because I saw a lot of what he was saying. In fact, Jeremiah 13:13, I will make you drunk. The prophets, the priests, and everything. And I could see society getting drunk, but it was getting drunk off, I'd say, organized religion, with the way people were being manipulated. And organized religion always turns into a power trip at some point. And that was one of my biggest turnoffs. I was born Jewish. Believe it or not, Obama made me want to be a Christian. And then I kicked it to the curb when I basically sensed that most of those Christians actually didn't want anyone like me. And I went back to the synagogue.
Okay, so Commander, you said people who've used religion in certain ways, and JG, you said how can we make such a universal statement? And Ronan, you said words don't have power like that. That's basically it so far?
Yes, yes.
Okay. I find it interesting, Ronan, that when the Christians say those things, that what they are saying is that a singular monotheistic God in Genesis 1:1, which is of course what Hebrews 1 that you quoted, faith through these things, is referring back to, as Genesis 1:1. But then the theists who say that ignore that the word creation there means to reform or repurpose existent thing. That is, you couldn't have an earth that's void of something and without distinctions if there was no earth at all. That wouldn't even make sense. So you can't have a void nothing. That's kind of redundant. And that the word what appears in the Christian reader as God is actually Elohim, a plural of powerful beings. So that's talking about the best you can do in plural powerful beings if context shows and definition doesn't show. If context shows that what they're doing is quote unquote good, then you have angels doing it. So that's saying that there is a word that angels carry out, and that's the progression of Genesis days 1 through 7, of course. What do you think about that, Ronan?
Well, the whole concept to me, right, is an assumed conclusion where everything written only supports the initial effort of God, right? There's no question about how did it happen. Does he explain it to us? It's just this is it, support it. And so to me, like it's like again because we didn't know at the time, we just needed to find an answer. So we established Christianity or Judaism, established the concept, and then expanded upon it. Right.
Okay. And JG, what do you think of the universal statement now? Is it better qualified?
Oh, what's that?
You objected to me using such a universal statement as quote unquote Christians say God created ex nihilo.
Yeah, I was just merely pointing out you need to qualify what Christians do that.
Okay. So do you understand better what I meant by that now that we've spoken about it a little bit?
I think so. I guess I wanted to ask you if anyone shares your interpretation of the Bible with you, or if you're the only person you know that interprets it in a unique way. The way that you do.
One word at a time or one section at a time, I get a lot of agreement. In overall view, I get no agreement.
Okay, because if I remember correctly, you were an atheist for 30 years, right? Most of your life.
That's correct, sir. Yeah.
And now you're a theist who spend most of your time trying to decipher the Bible, right?
No, that's not true.
I'm sorry.
No, this was kind of dumped in my lap, and nothing has changed for me since about 6 months out the beginning of this. So 6 months, let's see, January, February, 8 months into 2012, that was it. There was nothing left for me to discover about it.
Which Bible is it that you study specifically?
Well, there's only 3 Bibles, first of all, and all the translations are based on those 3 Bibles. And when I say Bible, I mean those 3 things.
Which 3 are you speaking
dating
of?
back to like the Greek lexicon, things like that. I'm not talking about King James, NIV, I'm not talking about those.
So you believe that the one true God is the God of the Bible, or these 3 Bibles that you speak of?
You can shut off your camera if you want, or leave it on, Crypto. I'm going to bring you in. Peace and respect, Crypto. The one true God is the God of those 3 Bibles. I think that the one true God is included in those stories, but not exclusive to those stories.
So
that is told in other places to other people, way predating, Judaism and all that.
So in your translation of the Bible, there's more than one God.
In my translation of the Bible, there's only 2 mentioned. Satan is a god, and Yahweh is a god. Those are the only 2 mentioned in the Bible that I know of.
So then you would claim that Yahweh is the true God.
Sure, but he has a lot of names. Sometimes he's called Zoroaster. He's also called Gilgamesh. He's also called the great creator spirit. He's also called, lots of names.
Yeah. Do you have any idea how he's able to put objective morality into existence? Do you have any idea how that connection works?
I personally think that what it's saying is they have an objective understanding what the human animal is biologically, mentally, chemically, and that those seven spirits are based on what the human animal is and what's best for the human animal. That's what I think they're claiming. Can I show that those are best for the human animal? I can't really show that.
What seven spirits?
I detected like the Bible is actually something that was built over years and years and years, and thousands of years of really smart people making observations about what behaviors equal badness, what behaviors equal goodness. And you can, like I said, when I was reading the prophets, you could just look at today's society and tell. And when you're talking about multiple gods, I believe Psalm 110 is a good reference. In the Hebrew, it's, I think, Yud He Vav He Asher La Adonai or Adoni, depending upon how you want to translate it. Adonai would be uppercase God. Adoni would be like just like local lord, and that was David talking about a king who was also a priest, and I believe Jesus talked about that. And there's multiple instances, like he said. I believe it also one of the confused things that confused Israel was Baal, because it was you have the language where ba is basically says in, and ale as in God, and that was a constant confusion. That's why the prophet Jeremiah said, you made my people forget my name for Baal, because in the language that can either mean Baal as in the pagan deity or in God. And I've gone deep into that, and I almost became a preacher before I kicked Christianity to the curb. So I hope I didn't say the wrong things.
Those were things that should have been said.
And it's just observing human morality over time.
So
now I do look at it slightly differently, that the truth was always told, but because of societal differences, they needed to customize the truth that was there to their own society as societies developed. And that's what makes the differences between religions, is that societal difference.
It's basically a codification of ethical norms.
Sure.
And you can use a figurehead for that. In fact, one of the things that a lot of people don't understand, and this is why I never, even when I had a more fundamentalist view, before I said, heck, I don't want to make other people miserable, I never hated the LGBT community. I actually understood where that commandment against the behavior came from. You actually had deities where people would perform acts, both hetero and homo, in the worship of gods. And Israel saw the practice of basically cult prostitutes, both hetero and homosexual acts, as worshiping of other pagan deities. But then it lost its context when I think it was Constantine and Muhammad put a lot of those cults down. But it was never about the person or their inclinations. It was actually more related to idolatry of that's how it became. And I've never had any hatred towards anyone. And I'm just saying that's where it came from. I'm not saying that it was right.
Right.
And I hope I didn't, stick my foot way in my mouth.
Well, that concept of homosexuality, I reason, based on my study, that it's always been part of the gene pool. The majority, yeah, it's always been there. And because of the morals of the day, as they understood things, those things were not acceptable. And well, yielding to the point you just made, because they were not worshiping the God, they had their own gods. Therefore, it was unacceptable. It's a good point, though. Thank you.
Now, personally, I hold, this is me personally, because the reading frame I've adopted, peace and respect, it's skinny. Personally, I hold that it's only using these things as examples, and it's not really talking about the things themselves. No more than like if I presented it from some tribes of natives to the Americas, and I said to you, an owl is wise. You know, I'm not really saying an owl has wisdom, like it's super intelligent and very, very learned and a lot of life experience. That's not what I mean. What I mean is I'm using the owl as a symbol of wisdom. And that kind of animistic idea where I can use shorthand. Once I establish that owl means wisdom, I can use owl in a story, and I can use shorthand that way. I think that the Bible and lots of other religions are using sexuality, political endeavors, wars, all of these things, lakes, oceans, wells, trees, sky, and the list goes on as animism to talk about something that we don't know, using a reference or memory hook of something that we do know. So I think that's what it's actually doing. And I don't think it's really condemning homosexuality at all. I think that's not even a topic any more than slavery is a topic, or how many wives or how many husbands a wife might have is an actual topic. It's just not.
Well, I don't know about the Torah, but I do understand that the Bible says homosexuality is an abomination and it should be punished by death. But
Yep.
there again, initially, well, before I listened to Commander 401 share that information, I had presumed, because of the morals of the day, it was just one of those ideas that was unacceptable to the group. Whereas, based on the information I just received, it was, oh, okay, those people are not following God because they're following another God, whatever that may be, and being homosexual. And that following the different God, it was what questioned, right? And obviously an abomination.
Yeah, you can't really. I don't think you can really be mean to like people don't choose, their orientation. So how can you treat someone like crap for
How do you
something
know?
that they didn't choose?
How do you know that
Right.
people don't choose their orientation? How do you know
Because I
that?
didn't choose mine.
Well, you said people though, right? Like you're assuming that the whole race doesn't choose orientation because you didn't choose yours.
Well, I know that like some people in prison learn, but most people, most people have an inclination.
Okay, well you've changed your stance, which is interesting, but that's a start.
I think Jesus, when asked if a man is in the case of a woman, which I think Christians generally are not reading that well, is it good that he should marry? Meaning classical marriage to a woman. And I think we can safely assume that. But he doesn't answer to the question. He doesn't answer that at all. He answers a greater question: do they go to heaven? So he says, some eunuch are born of the womb. That's not true of eunuch, of course, but it is true of homosexuals, some of them. Others are made that way, made eunuchs by others, but that's not true of eunuchs. I'm getting really bad echo through Crypta. Actually, I'm hearing an entirely different broadcast through Crypta is what I'm getting there. Thank you. It's okay. Now I hear an echo of me. Can you mute the YouTube stream, please, Crypta? I'd appreciate that. Okay, so, well, almost lost. I'm working on it. Hold on just a second. Sorry. Please be patient. Some are made that way by others. Now, that's not true of eunuchs because eunuchs weren't surgeons. Physicians were surgeons. But that is true of homosexuals. Sometimes people become homosexual because they're introduced to it and they are inclined that way naturally, and they adopt that lifestyle. Others yet choose to be. 8-year-old boys do not choose to be castrated and become in service of a king. No one chooses to be a eunuch. That's like predestined from the time they're born. It's usually a respectable family, probably the second or third son that is going to get dedicated. And it's a position of some power and respect and trust. So that's not true of eunuchs, but it is true of homosexuality. So I think that it's clearly identified in those 3 ways that everyone who's I've ever introduced that idea to said, yes, I am personally, presently homosexual, lesbian, queer, et cetera, for one of these 3 reasons. And I've never had someone actually in that situation who argued with me. So I think it's pretty thorough. It's a little generalized, but it's pretty thorough as far as it's covering the main topics there. So then it wraps it up by saying, if someone can receive, of course, receive means receive the good news. That is, you can go to heaven. If one can receive, let them, for the kingdom of God's sake. So that's saying they will be a complement to the kingdom of God. If they ascend, you should tell them the good news. So I don't know any way to argue with that.
And I believe also Isaiah said,
I have no idea what you said. Oh my God, clear as mud, sir.
I'm sorry.
Like, what did you just say?
What I'm saying basically is there's always been homosexual, etc., and there's always been a term to refer to them. And in the ancient Near East, that term was eunuch. So when Matthew 19:10-12 uses the word eunuch, and obviously not talking about eunuchs,
that's not quite what art history says.
That's not what says?
Art history.
Okay, well, I don't know what art history says about the Bible, so you'll have to clarify. You'll have to.
Well, we'll work on that.
Okay.
I was going to say.
Sorry. Moment of cringe. Can I be the one to address the pink elephant in the room?
What's the cringy part? Accepting people for who they are? Is that the cringy part?
Well, it's not the way you put it.
I really don't know what you think I said.
Okay.
But what I will just go back to I
will go back to.
Okay. What I said was that the Bible, although it says it's not a expedient behavior, it's not condemnable either. That's basically what I said.
I don't remember what part of Isaiah it was, but he was basically saying, and to the eunuchs who say, but I am a dry tree, the Lord has something better for you than sons or daughters. And he was talking about monuments in Israel.
This is all fun, but I think I'm going back to the New Orleans parade. This is like way over my head. This is just way weird. Best regards.
Just the same. Thanks for coming by, Crypt. I appreciate you coming by.
Richard, I was wondering if you might be able to state an objective moral that you're aware of.
An objective moral?
Yeah, an objective human moral.
Humanitarianism, which is probably tribal.
I was more interested if you could simply state an objective moral and what that is.
I don't think there are any objective morals. I think they're all situational.
Oh.
I don't think the Bible is claiming objective morals.
What do you think the Ten Commandments are?
Things of heaven.
Are they limited to things of heaven?
Well, obviously we can try and fail, but they don't have their strength here.
Meaning they are not objective morals.
They could be objective once understood in heaven, but they can't be objective here.
And how did you obtain that information and understanding?
Well, first, we can't seem to do it. That's the first thing. And the second thing, peace and respect.
Just real quick there, when you qualify what we is, or who we is, I don't understand why you say we.
I don't know of a person.
Okay.
Nor
Who
any
can-
person in the history of this planet who has successfully followed the law.
So does that mean that objective morals, does that follow that objective morals do not exist?
No, it doesn't. It means no one's done it.
Okay.
But I'm talking about the intent of authorship. It makes no
Why?
sense to ask someone to do something they literally cannot do.
Well, that's interesting, but it sort of veers away from the idea if objective morals exist or not.
I understand that.
Okay.
I say they exist in heaven. They can't be implemented here. That's what I think I'm trying to say there.
You received that information personally?
Yes, I think so. Yes. And
So
there is a point of confusion that's assumed by Christians that I think is worth arguing, and that is the phrase "thou shalt not," because there's two meanings to "thou shalt not." Christians normally will assume one specific meaning and not even consider the second one.
So it was interesting you were saying it's not possible to act out morality here, but it is in heaven. Is that what you were saying?
I believe that's true. Yes.
So I just don't see how that it necessarily follows that an objective moral can't exist here and it can't be followed here. Maybe not.
You're right. I kind of jumped forward on the question. Maybe that wasn't fair.
Oh, go ahead.
I kind of jumped forward to strictly answer. Yes, there can be moral, objective morals. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. But you wouldn't concede that any exist, or you can't name any, or you won't name any?
I don't understand.
In a
Will
world
you give
of
us an example of an objective moral that exists in reality?
Thou shalt not steal could be an objective moral. It could be, but it can't be here.
Okay, see that I guess that's what's confusing when you say it could be, and then you also talk about
not
geographical.
You're right. I said
area.
that poorly. It isn't here.
It's not.
It
here
could be objective, but it's not employable here. Is that a better way to say it?
Well, I don't know if it's better or worse. It's just it's hard to follow how you arrived there and where you got that information from.
Well, first, I don't see that we all agree on any set of rules. Right?
An objective rule wouldn't hinge on whether we agreed on it or not. It just would be.
Well, I think those kinds of truths are reserved for us in heaven, and
stealing leads to
the
loss
fact that
of
you
social
think
cohesion.
The fact that you
Killing.
think they're the fact you think those are reserved for heaven, is interesting. But how you may back that up in reality would be more interesting.
I think you're using logic language, and I was speaking in parlance, and I need to adjust to that. That's what I think right now.
Well, I guess you would need to qualify whatever you're talking about. Parlance, if you're gonna.
I was speaking in way too general, common tongue stuff, and it strikes me now that you're trying to be very, very specific, and I should be more specific.
Well, sure. I'm interested to see simply if you can state an objective moral, if you're willing to, if you acknowledge one. And what I'm gathering is that you don't.
I think that killing is always wrong. I think that is an objective moral.
And you mean that in the sense of murder as opposed to, say, self-defense, correct?
Right. I mean murder, yes.
Okay. And you think, and when you say you think that, are you tying that to any scripture, any word of God, or is that just what you intuitively feel, or how would you describe that further, if you would?
Say it again, please.
When you said, I think that murder is wrong, right?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Would you carry that any further? You think it's wrong, or you know it's wrong, or it is wrong because how might you continue that or expand on that, if you would?
There's a few things from the Bible, actually. Aside from the 10 Commandments, it seems evident to me that our God won't kill Satan. So that looks like a refusal to do something that's within their power out of some kind of a moral imperative. So that's two things.
That's interesting. I never thought of it that way, that God refuses to kill Satan, because people do wonder that, why he doesn't take him out. That's interesting. Okay.
He must refuse to. Obviously has the power to.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there now if you want to. If you want to keep going on that, you can. But that's
well, wherever you guys want to lead this, I'm here to follow.
You're talking about. I'm just going to use the word spiritual morals. There's objective and subjective in the spiritual realm, but from my perspective, but I think morals are subjective. However, in society, modern society, if a group agrees, hey, this is the standard we should have, a posted speed limit before a sharp curve on a road, right? They establish a law. A law, to me, would be an objective moral, where everyone agreed this is what we have to do in order to keep everyone safe.
I don't think everyone agreeing on a subjective idea makes it objective. That's not going to work.
Well, no. Well, morals are subjective, and if I believe something hit that curve is too sharp, and you agree, Mr. Madsen agrees, and we're city leaders, for example, and we establish a law based on what we believe is best for society.
Well, maybe we could alter that, Ronan. If you'd agree to alter that just slightly, and say something like, as a collective society, we have agreed that it makes sense for the society to have compelled morality on certain topics, and we would call that law, such as, and one of those laws would be, don't go too fast through this section of streets.
Well, yeah, but again, I just put it into the category of objective morality.
But I think JG is right that actually doesn't fit the technical description of objective.
Well, I wasn't talking from the spiritual perspective. I'm talking about
qualify what the difference
is. Society. That's the difference that I pointed out early on. From society dictating a moral, but they would establish a law.
Let me get a quick time out here. Flow State, you're way too popular, so I'm going to need you to tip that little gray hat of yours. Awesome, thank you.
What's up? I didn't mean to interrupt. Just
you're fine, boss. Everyone say hello, Flow State. Hello, Flow State.
Hello, Flow State.
Hi, my name's Flow State. I'm an alcoholic.
Pimp, person in manager's position.
Okay, so go ahead, you guys. I just wanted to bring him in. Sorry.
Okay, well, you were trying to qualify that if you get everyone to agree on a speed limit, that somehow that makes it objective spiritually. I guess I don't understand that.
Well, no. You were asking about an objective morality in the Bible, and then the 10 Commandments were pointed out. I would agree. That would be an objective morality, right? The 10 Commandments, I think there's more, like 417, I believe, something like that. But the point being, the 10
613. There's 613 commandments in the Torah,
including the 10 commandments.
Thank you so much.
And that's the first 5 books of Moses.
Thank you. Well, like I said, I would agree. Yeah, that would be an objective moral, if from the spiritual, biblical perspective. Yes, because it's established. We all agree that thou shalt not kill.
Well, no, our agreement doesn't
It's
bear
specific.
any,
Thou shalt not murder. The word is
right.
actually
Yeah, the
murder.
agreement or whether we acknowledge it has no bearing on it. When it's
Okay,
in
just a moment on the word murder. Okay, if I'm exiting the mall, right?
Self-defense.
No, I'm an example, right? Would it be murder if I'm exiting the mall or a store, right? And I see a man doesn't look like the child, and he's trying to abduct the child. I yell at the man, "Let her go," right? And he pulls out a gun, right? And I pull out a gun. He shoots, misses. I shoot, I kill him. Is that murder? Based on
No,
just
because it's
one word,
defense.
okay, yeah, okay, I get it now, right? So I could
The
kill someone.
initiation. I think the
Yeah,
initiation of harm is the key difference right there.
okay, got
Yeah.
it. Yeah, okay,
If
thank you.
you initiate the harm and you take a life, then it's murder. If you're
Right,
acting in defense of others
yeah,
or your own self,
yeah.
then
Uh,
it's
it's
not
called
murder.
in defense of a third person. But when you corrected that, "Thou shalt not kill," and you said murder, I'm saying, oh, that's why I came up with the scenario. And okay, it's clear now. Thank you. But again, that would be an objective moral, biblically speaking. Yeah, I would agree. That would be yeah, it's a command. A command, we can say law in society, but in scripture, it's a command, right? It's like, oh, okay, yeah, there's no escaping this,
And in general, theft would be a sin. Now, it's not always, because sometimes people take stuff and they assume ownership of something that was not theirs to begin with. And assuming that you were the original owner, you taking your own stuff back, even by means which are not legal, especially in the Bronze Age, wouldn't necessarily be viewed as bad by society. But it would have had to have been yours to begin with.
Yeah, I agree. I'm learning a lot today. Thank you.
And I'm going to have to get going because I got to get up at 3 a.m. So it's been nice. Hopefully, I'll get a schedule next week or something where I'll be able to spend more time.
Excellent.
Peace,
Thanks for
respect.
dropping by. Would you shill anything that you're doing right now that you'd like to shill?
Well, I got the grub muffin right here. This is actually the dot blend. I'm working on a ship for the shills. It's almost done, but obviously, given my work schedule, and I just got home at like 7, it's taking more time than I had to start working. I had been out of work since the pandemic started, and I had been living off of monies put away for almost 2 years. So I had to actually start in November.
what
But
pandemic?
oh, that's actually interesting. It was the last Friday in February 2020 when our Torah readings tied to the Jewish calendar. So what we were reading is basically decided when Nehemiah and the exiles came back and had the powwow. But anyway, the last Friday was about the plagues, and I just noticed that there was like a locust swarm, and there's been some interesting coincidences, like the Haftarah for August 21st, 2019, was Isaiah 40, and it just dealt with the bullshit coming from Trump, where he had Wayne Allen Root compare him to the King of Israel and the second coming of God. And then it was March 6, 2021, when we were reading about the golden calf, and that was the week they rolled out the golden Trump at CPAC. So there's been some interesting coincidences with that, but they're probably just coincidences. I just happened to admit, I hope I didn't say too much.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
then
I would think that intelligent people are manipulating things based on what they think is supposed to happen and doing those things on purpose. That's what I would think.
Maybe. And I'm also going to be working on, you know how the flat earthers think that the UN guards the ice wall? Well, I'm redoing one of the animations that I did previously on my channel, but this time there's going to be like a story, and I'm going to have UN penguins fighting flat earthers, but that's probably a few months out before I get it finished. But I have the tanks with the new textures rendered in its photoreal. I'm probably going to be putting some of the animations that I do have up on the shills thing when I put the penguins in the tank and just have them pop out. But that's a giant time dump. And if you go to my channel and you look at some of the first videos with the robot, those were giant time dumps. I think I spent over 40 hours on them both. And that's not counting the render time.
Wow. Yeah, that's really interesting as kind of a wink, because the United Nations literally paints their stuff white with black highlights.
They also use the flat Earth logo on their map.
Yeah, I find that funny. It's like,
and they traffic children.
I don't.
Okay, I see. You can shut your camera off or leave it on. I'll bring you in about 3 seconds. Okay.
All right, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night. Thank you for the information.
And everyone say hello, Trusty Ape.
Ape.
Hello, hello. Hopefully this thing's going to work tonight. I don't know. We'll see.
Right on.
Am I coming through clearly, or I just want to?
Not horrible, but not great.
Got you. It is the mobile device, so we'll see what I can do.
Hey, can we jump back to a comment that Skinny said at 6:19?
Go ahead, man. You know what it is. Go ahead.
The Ten Commandments doesn't have one legit moral. I know I jumped into this conversation late, so I might not know what the reference is to, but I think I don't know what makes a legit moral, but in my mind, if you look at morals as rules that are objective, I view them as objective rules to the extent that you're going to have a society. Morals are what allow societies to operate fluidly without the friction of not being able to trust each other. Ultimately is what it boils down to. So I'd see a Jewish moral to not, or a rule to not eat shrimp as not a moral at all. That's just a dick rule. But I think every one of the 10 Commandments has some pretty solid basis in moral legitimacy.
Seems the first 4 are kind of repetitive, but after that, I'll totally follow you.
What are the first 4?
Don't have other gods. Pretty much every one of them just don't have other gods. But then after that, you get into thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet, all those.
Right. But they're all either addressing the negative rights or the preliminary, emotions or thought processes to defending negative rights. I'm a big believer in negative rights. And so generally the 10 Commandments seems like a pretty, you can't argue with most of it.
If I'm not sure if I'm is covetousness really like something that should be shunned, or at least like it shouldn't be, it's not desirable trait, but at the same time, is it really, unless you actually act upon it, you're really kind of demonizing a normal human emotion and experience, right? It's how you.
Which one is that? Are you talking about coveting your neighbor's wife?
Yeah, or coveting of any kind, right?
Coveting that's an interesting one. I've thought about that one a great deal, because it does seem like something that, if not acted upon, it shouldn't be a problem. But what I found is that it's almost embedded into every other sin. It's almost a precursor to all the other sins. So it's actually very important to focus on. It leads into all the other sins. It's a part of it. So if you start to think about it in terms like that, it becomes more apparent of why it's so important.
But
You could ask
in
the question,
itself,
why
by
would you go after
definition,
something you hadn't desired?
Right. Well, and everybody can see the logic behind it, because you don't take the leap unless you've thought it through a few times. So I think the commandment itself makes a lot of sense. If you try to enforce it as a law, then it makes no sense. But on the level of God instructing people, that makes a lot of sense. All right, don't covet. I take that to mean you're dwelling on it. And not just like she's hot. You know, obviously if she's hot, she's hot. There's not much you can do about that. But I think coveting is a more active mental process.
Yeah, you're gonna covet before you steal, right? In many cases.
You'd have to covet. You could generally covet. You could covet having money, and stealing is a way to earn money, but it's still coveting something, even if the item itself is irrelevant.
Coveting is part of the rationalization process.
Crime, like that's the problem by my logic. Like one says, you know, if you kill someone, you're acting on an impulse, right? But this one is just a thought crime. There's nothing else really to it.
That's kind of the point, though. It's kind of the point, though, is like our thoughts are going to lead us to crimes if they're not maintained.
And
I don't think it's a thought crime. Was that Trusty Ape? You said it's a thought crime. That's a typical argument. Yeah. There's even Christians you can find who will agree with that's what it's saying. But I think if you look into the actual words and their etymologies, it's hard to make it only thought crime without action.
All right, that's interesting.
Okay. Skinny, I don't think we should go through them one by one and explain how every single one of them are moral in some way, and I don't think you really need that. Simply ask yourself the question in humanitarian, like an idea of do no harm. Would you want someone killing you? Would you want someone stealing from you? Would you want someone coveting your goods, coveting your spouse? Those things are just evidently good for society and good for us generally, individually. So I don't think there's really anything to bicker about as to whether or not those are good. In fact, I'm not picking on you, man, but I think your original statement of there is nothing legit in the 10 Commandments is like not a reasonable thing to say.
Yeah, agreed.
And I have to think that you based that on emotional feelings more than you did like actual thought.
Was that speaking to a commenter or somebody on the panel?
That was to It's Skinny in the comments.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just to address your point there. I guess as far as the 10 Commandments being like useless insofar as you cannot reasonably articulate them to non-Christians. So like it's kind of like the equivalent for me of this arbitrary, this parent telling you, don't do X, and you say why, and they just say because I said so. And that's what God does to people in the Bible, right? Just don't do X, do X, do Y, and because I said so. There's no really further explanatory property.
There is the divine command theory, and of course the Euthyphro dilemma. And,
I'm not Christian, and I think they translate to me.
And the explanation is all throughout the Bible. It doesn't necessarily follow right after the commandments.
Right. So as I said, if you were to try to, tell somebody who is not informed of the Bible to follow the commandments, you would then have to reference the Bible to get to the commandments.
Well, that's not the only way. Like I was saying, you can talk to someone and have a conversation about coveting and how it leads to other things pretty readily.
Well, there's self-ingrained logic into legitimate morals. I don't consider myself Christian. I also don't consider myself an atheist. But in the weird quagmire middle ground, all the morals that I view as legitimate have a logic to them. There's a reason for them, and it's self-apparent.
Right. And so if you can use logic and reason independently of the belief in Yahweh, in the Holy Bible, the Christian, then why is the Bible necessary to arrive at those conclusions? Like,
well, you're assuming
you're
assuming that you're using them independently, and then you have to go into a deeper theory, a foundation of, say, where logic and reason come from, these immaterial abstract concepts, and whether it's more reasonable to believe that they just are, or that they are from God.
Well, I mean, in the context of human interaction, we can conclude that our moral values come as a are directly dependent on our interactions as a species. They don't apply to other species. They don't apply to any other entities that aren't people, right?
Well, but you get people that will diametrically oppose one another, and then you're at odds. You take yourself and put yourself on an island with, you versus one other person, or 5-on-5 that diametrically oppose each other. You just got, a balance of people who fundamentally disagree, and then subjective morals, and then you're going to go to possibly a might makes right situation. So that's why trying to understand objective morals is imperative, at least to explore if they exist or not, because otherwise you're just really breaking down morality to subjective opinions.
Quick timeout to welcome It's Skinny. It's Skinny, I'm going to need you to turn on your camera, and if you would please flip me off with your left hand.
Watch it be the fattest motherfucker around. I just lost my.
Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
I lost my train of thought. But I think that I think morality can be objective and independent of any religion or deism at all. But it's in context of society. I view them as laws, like the laws of physics, right? These are laws. You're affected by them, whether or not you believe in them or agree with them. It doesn't matter. If you step off a building, you're going to fall and hit the fucking dirt. The same way with, if you live in a society and everybody's bearing false witness, you're going to have your society is going to collapse quickly. If everybody's speaking the truth, you got a hell of a better trajectory out to sustain yourself. So I just think that they're the laws, the objective laws of societies and how they function.
Are you saying that you could have a society that agrees on a morality as opposed to a society that agrees on a completely different morality, and they can both work, or there is an actual objective morality that you must first follow and then society?
I think that you can have, so I view it all through negative rights. I think that there's objective truth to negative rights as a foundation of society, because Richard and I might not agree how to best actively take care of each other, but we can for sure at least always agree that we don't want to have other people's will imposed upon us. So that's kind of as far as you can get, knowing that everybody's going to agree with this principle, is your negative rights should be defended. You shouldn't be raped. You shouldn't be murdered. Any of this shit.
Well, you're talking more. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say that I think that to that extent, as far as negative rights go, that is a universal objective morality, and it applies to people in societies. If you live on your own in isolation, of course, it doesn't matter.
Okay, quick timeout interruption again. It's Skinny. I'm not going to bring you in until you show me your face and you flip me off with your left hand. If you can't do that, you're not coming in. Assembly of God, would you please turn on your camera, and would you touch your right hand, your right index finger to your nose like this? Do this.
I see the gentleman in the hat. I still think you're talking about subjective morality, or at best an agreement, not objective morality.
I mean, I guess it depends on what that phrase means to you when you think about it. When I think of objective morality, I think of it's independent of any belief system really, it's independent of a belief system. You don't have to believe in it. It will affect you. It's sort of how I look at it.
Well, I guess what I would say to you is, it seems like you might offer a society that's functional in a way if everyone decides that stealing from each other is okay. Like they are willing to deal with that in their society, but they don't recognize that there's a greater objective morality that is wrong on some level, but they're still able to live in a society where they all agree that, you can take from each other, and that we know that in this society.
So if they agree that stealing is wrong.
No, they actually agree that it's something they accept within their society. You might even find a society of thieves, a small society that will live with those standards.
And I would say that whether or not they agree, that the moral law here is being violated, which is basically one of trust. We know that
Assembly of God. Sorry, Flow State. Hold on to that thought. Hold it. Assembly of God, I'm going to need you to turn on your camera for longer than 0.5 seconds so I can actually see what you did, so I can know that it's you. I'm sorry.
Show us your titties.
I know you're not all porn bombers, but they do exist. I'm going to need you to give me some act of faith. All right? And I'm about to go smoke a cigarette. It means you'll be sitting back there for about 10 minutes while I go smoke if you don't do it now. Go ahead, guys. Sorry.
Smoke inside, like me.
I can't smoke inside.
I can't either, but I started coveting it, and
And it is a problem for someone like myself that a lot of these trolls and porn bombers will adopt strange screen handles like these.
Yeah.
So Flow State, you were saying that even in a society that agrees to steal, you still would.
I still say that that's an immoral behavior. You can agree to whatever you want, but you can't supersede sort of the natural law.
Right. And that natural law or objective law, would it make more sense that it exists by creation or by a series of random events?
Well, I mean, that doesn't matter, though. That doesn't matter to existence. It's a non-factor. Actually.
Well, I was going into a creator philosophy with that.
Right, and I guess I'm trying to like create the wedge between what I think is and why it is, because I don't think the two are one's not dependent on the other, but I do think that's where you start to lose a lot of people. So you get a lot of people saying things like "It's Skinny said," where there's no validity to any of these morals, which is obviously an emotional reaction. I mean, it looks to me as well like an emotional reaction to religion. Would be my guess from the hip.
When you mentioned natural law, are you talking like survival?
No, I'm not.
No, because morals go to by the wayside if two people or a bunch of people are there, and then a small group has all the food, and everyone is starving, and they all agreed, hey, we don't steal. But
I think he's talking about the non-aggression principle. Like you don't aggress upon others, and they don't aggress on you as a natural law.
And I think that if you're starving other people, if you have so much wealth and you're starving other people, that is aggression to me.
That's an interesting point too, though, because if you are being starved out and you do steal from people who have an excess or control most of the goods, people tend to think in that scenario that it's justified, and I would argue that it's still stealing, but you're doing what you need to do to survive.
Well, I mean, if you take a step back from the action as theft and look at it as what are the real situation I'm faced here? I'm faced with not stealing or allowing death, right? So if you don't steal, then you're sort of an accessory to murder in a way. If you're letting other people starve, if you're starving, you're a person as well. So I think that you have a moral obligation to steal.
Well, that's an interesting point. Yeah.
Wait.
It's a difference. It's a difference between want and need. Okay, if a person needs to steal to survive, well, like you pointed out, we can accept that. But if they just want to steal for the fun of it or just to profit, there's an issue there.
And insofar as like, if a law is universal, right? It's unchanging. What we're talking about objective laws, and in the realm of morality, right? That allows for no room, no gray area in between, no explanatory.
But again, there's an exception when actual stress, is incurred. So, I could have all the morals in the world and be one of the so-called leaders of it. But if I came on very hard times, say plane crash, I'm starving, and we have to eat, and there's one person just hoarding all the food, and no, we have need here, not want.
There's
You can
circumstantial
always create.
considerations.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's a consideration for the circumstances.
Well, there always has to be. You can always create a scenario like, would you push one person off a platform in front of a train to save 5 others? You can always one up the situation to make it moral to kill somebody in that situation. You see what I'm saying?
I think the objective morals are imperative because the situations always do present themselves, and you need the objective moral in place in order to make the decision that you're gonna make. People want to think that morals become subjective, but they don't. The situations make them seem subjective, but they stay objective, and that's the challenge, is to make the best decision or the right decision within the framework that you're in.
I don't think there's
And the question of like the subject object is really
shifted. Sorry. Y'all need your cameras on so I can see when you guys are about to speak and do your body language stuff.
I know it's harder that way, and I've probably got a time lag of some kind. But so like, and the subject object question, like, in terms of what is law and what we consider to be constant, right? Because what we call the laws of physics, as you said earlier, that's a particular, set of phenomena that we can observe, quantify, etc., and we can extrapolate that, right? But we also know that the laws of physics, as they exist, they actually conform to different beings and entities and objects, right? They affect you or I differently than a rock or the moon or any other thing. We all have different, like,
no, it's still the same
function.
law. It's still the same law. It's just different densities, right? In the matter.
Well, that depends on what you're again. Now, this is merely a matter of interpretation, which is again subjective. But yes, it is effectively the same law. But there is also there's no actual reason to believe that it is completely universal or constant. We have reason to believe that it may not have been at but prior to the history we know, it may not have been as it is.
But look, you use the laws of physics as an example, and they do remain constant.
They have different impacts on different objects, but if we as humans are the object, we're a standardized object of moral laws.
Right, we are our own standard. Right? There's no.
We are uniform. I mean, humans are humans, so we're not creating a standard. We are standardized. We are the object of the law being.
We never change the objective law. We only work within it. We can say what we want about it. We can try to manipulate it. We can make our own subjective laws, but we're never going to change objective laws.
Okay, well then I think we're changing the whole dynamic of the conversation, right? Because if you can't, reason that laws that affect you do not affect other beings, objects, entities, right? Then you can't really correlate the two. You're creating a scenario where you yourself or we as a collective are the object, which is
there's been no change. There's been no change. This conversation isn't going to change objective law. There's been no change within the conversation. Maybe the clarification of what an objective law is what's in question, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, possibly.
All I'm saying is that morals only apply to people.
Right. You're not going to get mad at the lion for eating the sheep or murdering the sheep. That's just the way it works.
chickens
in
don't
the
have
animal
property
kingdom.
rights, so to the extent that a beam of light is altered when it goes through a prism of glass versus when it just goes through clear air, those are different objects that the laws are acting upon.
And all the other objects and entities that you're referring to have a set of laws which are applicable to them and to us as well. But moral law is specific and subjective to humans.
I believe moral law is specific and subjective to sentient beings, the only one of which I am confident saying exists is humans. So yes. If you want to tell me it applies to dolphins, I'd say, okay, there's a case for that, but I don't know.
Well, that's going to be where the creator argument comes in, being created in God's image, where human beings have a difference from the other animals in the kingdom.
But that still has no effect on us. There's no functional reason. I mean, that whole topic doesn't actually matter to us as far as our practical behaviors or how we interact with each other or society or morality goes.
That would be your philosophy. You could be mistaken.
I mean, under what philosophy would a human be tasked with interacting to ensure that dolphins are interacting with other dolphins in moral ways?
Oh, I didn't. I think we're talking about two different things. I've
just been studying this too. That's actually called a social. Well, no. That's in accordance with the natural law would be according to what the natural law in terms you guys are talking about. It would make perfect sense for us to literally eradicate any other species we choose for whatever reasons we choose, as long as it is aligned with our morality. So the antithesis of that would be environmentalism and stopping the extinction of species. Yeah. So the fact that we are actually acknowledging and adopting these practices to make ourselves more logically consistent in our morality, like, is indicative of why we have more vegans now coming out and things like that.
Under no circumstances could I say I'm going to club all the seals to death on Earth because I've decided it's moral. Under no circumstances would that not be infringing upon everybody else who lives on Earth and might like baby seals.
Well, what if
but it's also not infringing upon your moral rights according to this natural law version of things. Say this version of natural law.
I have a question. Flow state.
Hello.
Hello, Midnight.
Greetings, Midnight Pixie.
Earlier you said it was getting pretty situational, right? Like, first, we shouldn't steal was like an objective moral, right? But then it became a situational moral. So my question is, if each of these morals can trump a different moral depending on the situation, how are any of them less than subjective? Like, what objectivity do they have?
And maybe the confusion is in the word objective or subjective. I think that every law has its normal application, but we live in a complex world where you can always contrive a circumstance where that law has shifted its position in the dynamics of the situation, right? So do not kill, for instance. If the situation is such that I have to kill this person to save these 5 people, well, now it's sort of just become, do you kill one person or do you kill 5 people? Because under no circumstances can you not kill anybody.
So rather than objective as an absolute, objective is like a norm that allows for the exception to the rule, kind of?
I would say an objective is a standard that is applicable. By objective, what I mean is that it applies to people in society, whether or not they acknowledge it. I didn't necessarily mean that it's absolute.
If he kills the one person to save the 5, then he's still going to possibly be in violation of an objective law. That's just the way that goes. That's a difficult scenario. It doesn't mean because you do the better thing or what you consider the greater good that you're going to escape all the ramification of disobeying.
Right. I guess law. In my mind, that just seems more like ethics.
I mean, you can change the words if you want.
Yeah, I think maybe I'm applying objective in a wrong way compared to everybody else. I just meant that it applies to people whether or not they acknowledge it. I didn't mean it's absolute. I don't think that any of these rules are absolute.
Yeah, and that was very helpful. Thank you. That changed a lot of the conversation in my head.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a question, like if you had the opportunity to take out a dictator like Hitler or Mao or Stalin, in a Twilight Zone episode, you're able to travel through time and take them out. Like, you're still going to be murdering somebody, but you're going to realize that you're doing it to save a large portion of humanity, but you're not going to escape the fact that you murdered somebody. You've still violated an objective law.
I would still say that morals are subjective. For example, a person.
You said both things, but
the example I'd like to use is a person who does not believe in God, and then at one point something inspired them, and their moral perspective obviously has changed because they accepted God. So
no, God would also be objective.
Morals are subjective, because it doesn't mean I'm going to feel the same way tomorrow about something.
The thing you're missing there, perhaps, is that God is objective law and God is objective truth. So for you not to acknowledge Him and then later acknowledge Him doesn't change the objective law and the objective truth that's already in existence.
And I think that's where the first commandment comes in, actually, and makes a lot of sense to me. As a non-Christian, I find love God and love your neighbor as the first two commandments as very sort of wise in the context, because then it allows you to navigate through the murkier moral situations like this. If you're acting out of love for others, right?
Anyways, Flow State, how you been? Haven't seen you in a while. Just wanted to interject that little thing.
Been good. Same shit, new day. Oh, no.
Yeah.
I've been around, just not on here a lot. Brother got married last night. That was fun.
Nice.
Got married.
Many happy returns. Best wishes.
Yeah, he got married on 2/22/22, and he must have forgot that I got married on 1/1/11, and that shit didn't work out at all. So
maybe you have better luck because it's double.
Maybe, I don't know. I just get with these girls that chase around the numerology stuff, and who knows.
I got married on a terrible day to get married, but it's gone great, so no complaints.
Was it Friday the 13th?
No, it was just like it's just a busy time of the year. Like, it's right in the middle of like 5 birthdays and sometimes falls on Thanksgiving, so.
This discussion about subjective morals and objective morals, it's never gonna end. The heat death of the universe is gonna happen before before this conversation, before these arguments are put to rest.
Yeah, but there's got to be a right answer somewhere, isn't there? Just because it doesn't end.
There's a right answer. There's a right answer. Just wait. Hold on. Just wait for God to come down and give you the right answer. Stop arguing about it.
Which God is supposed to come down and give you the
exactly?
Right answer?
I don't know.
It requires more dynamic
you're the one who made the claim.
Than binary thinking.
I said God.
Complex topics.
Right. Which God?
Complex thought process.
Let's say the Christian God for simplicity's sake. There you go.
Sometimes I don't think they're necessarily arguing, just saying the same thing in different words with different connotations.
Is that,
I agree.
You're just gonna make up morality and what it is until God comes down and tells you what the right answer is.
That's your straw man. If you want to go with that, sure.
No, I'm trying to see what your claim is. You see, you're making a claim that God is supposed to come down and tell you what your morals are. Was that what your claim was?
No. I said that God's supposed to come down and give you the right answer.
But God gave you a brain, right? So you can think about these things and you can apply your dynamic 3-dimensional thinking and figure out the answers. I think that's
but ultimately, ultimately, there are some answers. There are some answers that that we may never know unless I don't know. We actually find the person who actually, or the entity that set everything in motion. Like
Well, people
personally,
live.
what?
Yeah. People live like objective morals exist.
Uh,
People live like killing another person is a wrong action.
everywhere.
Right, but that's not but that's not living as if they're living in. God, I hate stuttering.
You're good.
Yeah, it's not as if people are living as if killing not killing another person is objective. Nobody, nobody else wants to be killed. Okay, so what I
Well,
mean.
no, I'm
Generally,
saying that you're generally living as though that is objective.
not really. I don't.
So you just kind of leave it on the table. It might be okay. I'll just decide as time goes on.
What's the last thing you stole? When's the last time you stole something? I'd suggest you do live as if there are absolute morals. Otherwise, you'd be in prison right now.
But do we do it because it's moral, right? For this connotation, like the connotation that morality has behind it. Do we do it because it's moral, or do we do it out of self-interest? Because doing these things leaves you open to those actions and leaves you living in a society that leaves you open to those actions.
I mean, I would say it's it seems to be like you do it out of self-interest, but it's but at the same time you don't want to deprive someone else of something.
Right, which is why I said if you take that's why I said it seems in my head, and I'm not saying I'm right? I'm saying in my head, the word ethics applies better than morality.
Yeah, and
I mean, the two are used interchangeably.
Back to that situational ethical application, like in terms of stealing, like, okay, is it the case that if you were at work and say you were to see your job has an abundance of pens, there's a box of 200 pens and you only need one, you do not have that one, right? You steal that pen by definition. You take it without asking, right? Is there something unethical about that? Or is it the case that to somebody who can't accept this concept that would inherently devolve into just stealing, candy from a baby?
But we're talking about pens.
Are you hiding it? If you're hiding your actions, that'll tip your cards. You'll know then if you're stealing or just that seems like a secondary quality. If you don't have to hide it, if you can do it and maybe no one's there, no one's watching, then maybe it would be a non-issue, but you would still be doing the same thing. You still have the same logical problem.
Well, I mean, unless it's in somebody's office, I don't see how that's stealing, because the work usually provides those things for its employees as it's needed. And since I was an employee that needed it, I don't think I'm doing anything wrong.
If you would take it in front of your boss, then you're not hiding something. If you're taking it at night when nobody's around because you wouldn't take it in front of your boss, then you're not supposed to have that. You're not entitled to that pen.
Right, but is that in any way equivalent to the latter, to taking food from a child or something like that?
I mean, if it's not yours, it's not yours. I guess I don't understand the question beyond that, but I think if it's not yours.
Well, this is why is it ethical, and in what situation? Is it even a moral consideration in some context? Like in the one I just provided.
Not. Sometimes
like you had to ask all kinds of additional questions, which still didn't, quite get there. Whether or not, well, obviously it's implied that I do not have permission if I am stealing the thing, right? But is anybody ever going to notice? You know what I mean? Does that make a difference?
No, but it does. I mean, that's why it's a moral. That's what makes it immoral, right? That's why it matters to society. Because sure, the pen doesn't matter, but that behavior, when engaged in, is what undermines a society, I would say. So by definition, if everyone would steal
one pen, in theory, then we might as well just all be taking food from children.
Well,
See,
both
that's
are
where
still
there's
wrong.
it's non-compatible. It's not
I mean,
logical.
both are still wrong, though, right? If you're sneaking away a pen because you're not supposed to have it, and you're taking food from a child because you're a dick, I mean, both of those are violations. So you can't do two moral violations and say that, well, since this one is immoral, then that one's. I mean, I don't.
You're taking the vague description of like a huge category of potential actions and then saying, well, this is universally immoral or unethical, right? That's non-situational, and it seems like it's just a reduction to the most absurd claims you could make, like rather than stealing, killing, right? But you could say the same thing. Killing in self-defense is clearly justified. So it's in contradiction with itself. If you're talking about the commandments of the Bible, even those are in some sense
They
contradiction.
can be put in conflict with each other, like not stealing unless you need to steal something to save somebody from getting killed. I don't know. They can be thrown into conflict with each other.
At the very least, they're incomplete as moral prescriptions.
What do you mean by that? Like, it's not the whole. I mean, yes, I would agree they're incomplete as moral prescriptions because you're still a moral agent who has to utilize them in real life scenarios. There is still that. I'd say the individual operator is the completion of that. Laws don't matter without humans to abide by them.
I mean, I don't think the laws are specific to humans.
Well, maybe, but
I mean, if you think about it, like the intent of moral laws is to talk about like a general population and things that have like some level of moral agency, right? So I mean, it doesn't necessarily, like if we're talking about humans or like some other type of like social species or whatever the case may be. I mean, the level like in which they're cognitively able to engage in moral decision making may be different, but I don't think ethics and morality itself is really like the central ideas for humans.
If you look at it in the context which I laid it out, which is in a societal context, then to what extent are these other animals able to make societies or have them undermined by immoral behavior? I'd say it's very limited.
I mean, sure. I mean, there's few societies that engage like to quite a level as we do. I mean, like apes, for instance, have like social structures that aren't quite as elaborate as we do, but they act as a decent proxy for ours.
Right, but so like take, I don't know, ant. Obviously, an anteater is not going to have a society of anteaters that's built on these invisible trust networks. So they can't undermine that. They're not beholden to this moral standard, I guess would be my answer. I don't know. I'm not.
Well, okay, but I mean, let's think about it in different terms, right? I mean, like let's think about things like in terms of like more general like predator prey type of things, right? Like the traditional example is like, say, like wolves and rabbits or stuff like that, right? Wolves are a communal species, but wolves like won't overhunt rabbits usually, and the reason for that is because it's of harm to the rabbits and it's also of harm to the species itself.
I would think that's not the reason. I would think that that's a consequence of if they do overhunt, then their populations are going to drop because they're going to starve out.
Well, right, but it acts as a reason for them not to do something, right?
But it's not
it's not moral agency.
They're not acting morally. They're just getting they're just in. That's just nature happening. It's.
I mean, so what's the difference between nature happening and what we consider the process of moralizing?
I actually don't think there's a huge one. I think that to a large extent, what we call morals are just recognition of the laws of nature and how they impact a society.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't take it to say like that there are laws in terms of like being prescriptive. I mean, I think they're descriptions of behaviors, right?
Is there nothing that you can think of?
In terms
nothing that
of
you can think of that's just wrong, that's always wrong, that always has been wrong and always will be wrong? Is there no human behavior that you can think of that can possibly?
I mean, it kind of depends on the situation, doesn't it?
I would say no, but I'm asking you.
I mean, like for instance, traditional example, killing. In normal cases, killing is wrong because it's of harm to me and it's of harm to the other person. But there may be cases in which killing is morally permissible, right? There may be in situations where you need to kill another person.
Yeah, self-defense, sure. But I'm getting at there's a mental exercise you can do when you have time, when you really get deep in thought and try to think of something that is just never permissible. And I mean it's kind of a deep and grotesque way of thinking if you really get into it. If you really want to know, like, is there something that can never be done? You know, that's just never going to be okay. It never was okay. It never will be okay. You kind of get the idea that objective moral.
I mean, if you want to think of something, sure. But I mean, I can't off the top of my head. I really can't think of one.
You take the flip side of that and you argue, like you try to argue it subjectively, and then you try to do it in front of people, and it would be a very, you would have to argue the most deplorable thing.
You'd have to.
The thing is, it's not always in front of people, though, right? I mean,
the point of the exercise, though, would be to get it out there, to think of it, and then get it out there.
But look,
start thinking about it
if the
in
harm
ways
can
that
be
you haven't traditionally thought about.
It can always be justified, right? Like raping babies is never justified unless you have to rape a baby to save 10 other babies from getting raped, right? So as long as you can, as long as you can escalate the harm, you can find justification.
No, because see, I would still argue that the raping of the baby is going to be objectively wrong, no matter what the reason behind you having to do it is. You're not going to escape the fact that raping that baby is wrong. It's going to damage you and the baby, no matter what.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I think it will damage you and it will damage the baby. But at that point, it becomes less of a, is this the right action? And more about what is the least
It's the lesser of two evils type of thing. It's a matter of, does the action... It's the question of what is the lesser of the two evils, right? Is there less harm compared to the situation where this action is realized compared to the action where it's not?
That's the point that I think this is where I think people miss the point, though, is you don't escape the wrong action. Even though you're doing it for what you're calling a lesser evil, you still do not escape the wrong action.
I think that I would agree with you to a large extent. I think that you do. Yeah. Although, do you think that you would escape the consequences if say you're like, you know what, I'm not raping this baby, I'm going to let those 10 get raped? Then
I don't.
You have consequences there, because I think that you would have consequences there as well.
Right, you would.
Well, I mean, all actions and lack thereof are always lead to consequences. So I mean, it's always this balancing act of trying to pick which one is leads to the least consequence.
And that's right. That very statement
inaction is action. I don't think people can opt out of that. Okay, that's all. Yeah.
And the very statement that you just said about recognizing consequences will provide a way of backing up the idea of objective morality. There always is going to be a consequence. Every behavior is going to have a consequence.
I mean, sure. I mean, but that's different than like what we talk about as something being objective, like in terms of objective moral. Like if you're talking about consequence, that applies to any action, right? If I push a ball, it falls down a hill. If I, kill someone, I'm probably going to go to jail, right? The fact that I do things and don't lead to things like produce some type of effect, right? Kind of trivializes what it means to have objectivity. Like the objectivity tends to mean that, like when I say a set of morals or a particular moral is objective, right, is that it's something mind independent, right? It doesn't rely on humans or the process of a mind to instantiate it.
Yeah, the fact that everything has consequences, every behavior has consequences, doesn't fulfill the understanding of objective morality. If that's what you were saying, I agree with that. But I think it leads you into a greater understanding of how and why it exists, because the delicateness of each behavior and human interaction, if analyzed, you can find it and see how it's all interconnected into greater actions. It's like a butterfly effect.
I mean, sure. I mean, I think the virtue of like what's calling that type of thing immoral is because we're saying like the reason we're able to say that is because we're referring to like wanting to maximize a particular thing, right? In this case, it might be maximizing the wellness of all people or something like that.
It's not necessarily because we're describing it as such or acknowledging it as such. It just may be, and it would be a matter of acknowledgement, but not a matter of our creation.
I don't know. I mean, because I could imagine. I mean, take a hypothetical where I imagine, like, where I seek to maximize all evil in the world, right? Under that situation, right, murdering a child would actually be perfectly moral,
but
or
your
something like
society
that.
is going to fall apart real quick.
Well, sure. I mean, I'm not trying to get into the logistics of it, but I mean, I think like morality and kind of like how we're choosing to rank morals are kind of based upon what type of goal, what it is we're trying to achieve as an end. Right.
Yeah.
Well, we can rank whatever we want to, but if objective morals exist, the rank is going to be of less importance, right? It's just going to be our own.
No, I mean it's the only way rank can really be properly defined. Because if I rank something, because of, like, let's go back to the example of like killing a child, right? If I'm choosing to rank actions based upon how well they're able to fulfill some criteria, right? Like, for instance, like maximizing the well-being of all people. For instance, not killing a child is going to be a very good thing to do. But if it's the case where I'm seeking to maximize evil, then killing a child is actually going to be a perfectly fine and acceptable thing to do morally, right? So the rank change is based upon what's trying to be maximized.
Well, I guess, and my answer to that would be that morals are only applicable to people living in society. So it doesn't matter what your moral is. You're clearly destroying society with this behavior, and so it's sort of proving itself, right? Like, you can think whatever you want, but society has been harmed by your immoral actions.
Well, I mean, if people don't share the same general type of goal, right, then the notion of what is moral kind of fades.
No, because some things are universally shared, and
then it means
right.
But what it means when things are universally shared is that we all are using the same standard to judge those things.
So let's, for instance, if we agree to live in a society where stealing is fine, it's not stealing anymore, is it? It's not stealing. So it changes the nature.
Well, it's not immoral. There's no stigma to it.
Well, it's not stealing because you're allowed to have it. Stealing is taking something that's not yours, you're not supposed to have. If you're allowed to steal, then that means you're allowed to have whatever you want. That's not stealing.
Sure, I mean,
that's just communal living or something. I don't know what that is. That's a commune.
Yeah, something like that.
But but for a different example, if you said, well, our society has agreed that that assault is legal or is fine, I'd say, well, you don't have the authority. You don't have the authority to speak for the victims of that, right? Like, I just.
Sure. I mean, the thing is, like, when we legislate or when we talk about things that are moral, typically we're trying to talk about ways in which rules that should apply to all people, right? Without mitigation or without kind of invoking a bias towards one group over another.
I think that law is a terrible proxy for morality.
Yeah.
It's frequently the opposite. I mean, I would say that you look at the war on drugs, I would say in every single situation, almost the cop is the immoral agent. They're the ones instigating aggression, and somebody using drugs is not instigating any aggression.
I mean, sure. I mean, the legal system is not the best in the world. I mean, although the intention of law is to uphold morals.
Well, no,
I would disagree.
The majority, the majority, each one of them being subjective, morals, they voted in another guy with subjective morals representing their views. All the other guys that are voted in voted law into place, and that makes it objective.
No.
Okay, I'm not talking spirituality. I'm talking in real life. That's what we do. That's evident everywhere.
It doesn't
They're
make
not
it objective.
in their application.
No, the application is objective. That's why, if laws are broken, I get a speeding ticket.
But that's not how they work. That's not how it works.
The objective was society is telling me you can't go any faster than this number posted here. I did. I got caught. An objective, because of the law, I get issued a ticket.
A law might be stated objectively, but its enforcement is incredibly subjective.
Right. There's a lot of objectives, but you can't get to it because, there's reasons, because subjective is one person viewing something at that point in time. It's not the whole idea where it's objective and they create a law. It's individuals. That's morality. It's individualized.
Laws are generally
It's
stated
how I feel about
objectively.
something. No, it's like you and I discussing again a speed limit, right? You say it should be 65. I say it should be 45. Each one of us has a subjective reason for it, our own personal perspective, our
Correct.
morals, and then we discuss it, and then we compromise and agree. Okay, 55. Okay, we got it. Right? That's objective because we agreed to an idea. And then going forward, the law was established, and so on and so forth. But that's how I argue it. I mean, if you could convince me otherwise, please.
But I mean, I guess maybe I'm confused about why I'm confused. Because I mean, the laws are generally stated objectively, correct? They're not.
They're stated in terms of odds. That's not quite correct.
They're enacted and determined not objectively. Those, like, I never voted on any of these laws. Did you?
No, I mean, but your statement of like laws being is and objective isn't usually correct. Like usually laws are interpreted as statements of odd. Like when it says, like for instance, like don't kill somebody or don't go over 55, it's effectively saying you ought not go over 55. Right.
Right.
That's what the interpretation of most statements are.
Right.
Like in general laws are.
They are interpreted subjectively as well. I mean.
Well, sure.
Okay, Flow State, JG let you speak over several times. JG, is there
I'm
something?
sorry, I can't see people. So.
It's okay. It's okay. That's why I'm trying to help. I didn't say somebody was wrong. It just happened. JG, was there something you were trying to say there several times?
Well, I'm just listening now. I think I'm okay. I can't remember if there's something I wanted to specifically say. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other important point too is like Hume's point of like you can't derive an ought from an is.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think Ronan, you're getting a little bit confused by the word objective and the idea of objective moralities. The objective morality would be the idea of objective morality is a morality that comes from a creator being or an existence in nature that never changes. It doesn't matter if you believe it or you acknowledge it. It just is. Now, when men make up man's laws, they can call them objective, but they never are. They're just the laws in that country or the law in that area.
There's parts of that I think would require an argument. So, I mean, certainly objective laws are considered to be, or like statements of objective morals are considered to be statements whereby like those moral statements exist. But the part of them being instantiated particularly and never changing by a god is something that's kind of a little bit contentious.
Well, I think you're saying the same thing in parallel, because in biblical terms, a law would be called a commandment. Not that everybody follows the law. Not that everybody follows the law, but in the commandment,
in the Christian tradition, the commandments are considered objective laws. Like thou shalt not kill is an objective law.
Right, objective law.
So men coming together making laws about speed limits is not objective law. Is the point there?
But don't you think that
it is, because we're talking society is imposing limits, like
maybe Richard can help there.
Like God imposed limits using commandment, man imposed those limits using laws.
But do you think God builds in some subjectivity? Because there is a do not kill commandment. There's also a lot of orders to kill people from God.
Well, let's tackle this in the way that generally it gets handled, which is by the Euthyphro dilemma, which is essentially the question of like, fine, I could grant for sake of argument that there are like objective moral, or at the very least moral commandments given by a god, but what is it that makes those things moral? Is there something like, is it the fact that God says those things that makes them moral, or is there something about the morals themselves, like and and the content of the statements that causes those things to be objectively true.
Can it be both of those things?
It is objectively true at that point.
Well,
in
here's why it's called a dilemma, because if it's the first, right? If there's something about the statement itself that is objectively true, right? Then you don't need God to explain it, right? The fact that the moral
I would say no. That you
well,
wouldn't. I mean, you're assuming that you wouldn't, but that's where I'm making the
connection. Remember the two choices.
It's not necessarily a dilemma. Okay.
Well, the two choices are that either there's something about the law itself, right, which is good, right, which is objective, and that's why it's being given to people, or there's something about God saying that particular thing that makes it so.
I understand.
So the reason it would be a dilemma is that if there's something about the statement itself, that statement is always going to be true no matter who utters the statement, right? But if it's God who makes the statement, right? If it's God that says don't kill people, it's always wrong, right? Well, another person could say the exact same thing, but they'd both be equally correct because the truth of that statement, right, is independent of the person saying it. Right, its truth is grounded in some other fact.
Well, when you're dealing with morality, you're already quite possibly in a dimension outside of the bounds of traditional logic. So
I'm not sure what that means.
Well, I think what I'm trying to say here is that when you're dealing with morality in itself, the bounds of logic are not going to fulfill or be able to encompass the discussion in its completeness, because morality is not necessarily about logic.
Well, I mean, morality in the way that I understand it is essentially asking the question of, at the very least, right, given I have some group of people or some group of agents that can participate in a set of activities, right, how should people act? Are there a set of governing rules for which people should act according to some set of rules over some other set of rules, right? And if you're saying that there's no logic to that, it means that it seems to imply something like saying,
I'm not saying
that all set of moral statements, that all sets of like moral commands and all sets of like ethical standards are equal.
But that's clearly not true. I'm not saying no logic. I'm saying logic itself does not entail enough to define and create an understanding for the scope of morality. It's not itself enough. You're going to have to deviate or depart from logic within the discussion of morality.
Well, sure, but I mean, we should agree on the fact that like morals should be instantiated for logical reasons.
Not necessarily for logical reasons, but logic is part of the understanding.
I think logic is inherent to morals, and if a moral is contra-logical, then it's not a moral, no matter who says it.
Well, right. When you deal with morality, sometimes, let's say you deal with love, and love is outside of the bound of morality in its definition or description in itself, right?
Hey.
Sure.
I mean, love is an action. I mean, like, so I don't know how that would be considered a moral.
Morality is an action as well.
I got a question for Richard.
Go ahead,
quiet over there. Can morality exist without God?
I solved the Euthyphro by saying that what the human animal is what God mandate objective.
So it's what God says, but in that case,
it's what God says because what the human animal is.
Sounds like you agree with me.
Probably. Seems like I do.
Richard, Joel, were you looking for a yes, no on that?
Yeah. No, explanations are always good.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll answer no, because if there's a set of if there's a set of moral systems that exist and that are logical, right? Whether or not a God is involved or not doesn't change the efficacy of that moral system.
What has you convinced that that morals are completely dependent and only within the scope of logic?
Because if you take the negation of that statement, right, if you try to claim that morals are formulated for some reason other than logic, right, then it means that there should be no reason why people engage morally, right? That what actions people engage in are not driven by logic. And in most cases,
they're not. That's the thing. People's actions are not logical.
No, I mean, I disagree, because I mean, I think when people choose not to go around stabbing and killing other people, there's an extremely logical reason for that.
People are illogical creatures more than they are logical creatures in their behaviors, if you haven't noticed.
Well, sure, but even then, even if the reason they have isn't exactly logical to everybody else, they engage in that behavior for what they view as a logical reason.
I know you guys are not actually trying to be rude to each other, but I think we could use a little bit bigger pauses between ideas.
Yeah.
And some more cameras on, you fuckers.
I don't think that matters.
Well, my point was, look, even if we agree that like something like killing is immoral, right? People will kill and it's immoral, but they will do so on a logical basis, right? Or a reason that they believe to be logical.
Not necessarily.
Well, sure, right? I mean, if the only way a person views like to get out of a logical or to get out of like some kind of dilemma in a relationship is to kill the other person, the logical choice they're going to arrive at is killing the person solves that issue, right? Now, it's not the only solution, but it's a logical solution.
You're assuming that the thought or preparation that went into the killing it seems like you're assuming that it was all logical, but there's so many other elements involved, and a lot of those are emotional and illogical.
I mean, sure, emotion goes into it, right? But the fact is, like, when I'm saying something is logical, I'm saying that there's some aspect of deliberation as to why a person does a particular thing over another thing, right? That it's not random. I mean, it's almost never the case, like, where people just randomly go out and kill somebody.
I haven't done it yet.
I haven't done it yet. Most people haven't done it yet. There's almost no people who have done it, right? The majority of murders are driven by some logical reason.
Right? And illogical reasons.
Well, sure, but I mean, to the person, like I said, right? Like I said,
emotion, that's a logical behavior. There is a logic to it, whether or not it's a good decision, right?
Right. I mean, if you're acting on emotion, tends to be like that you're acting in your own interest or the interest of somebody close to you. Now, that's not always the case, but usually that's the case when we're talking about somebody like acting on emotion.
So I would say the important takeaway is that beings, as we act, we do use logic, but when we're dealing with morality, we're entering a broader scope where we're never going to just be dealing with logic itself.
I mean, I don't think there's any like discussion where we're just talking about logic itself, right? I mean, usually, like if I'm talking about like why does a tree have the properties it has, like why is there like some kind of like logical relationship, right? There's all sorts of other things that get factored into why that type of thing might be correct. And usually it doesn't have, yes, the laws of logic and things like that do apply, but there's also other intricacies regarding like notions of identity and notions like of relationships between objects that also come into play there. So I mean, I think it goes without saying that like the majority of conversations are, aren't purely logical in terms of their discourse.
Science seems to try to want to just limit ideas to logic in ways that it wants to. In other words, what I'm getting at is when you try to assess morality with science, you get nowhere.
Oh, right? I don't think so. I mean, I think quite to the contrary. Like if you look at things like game theory and you look at things like simulations that give very simple rules to to usually like cellular automata or things like that, right? You can program a very basic set of mathematical rules and operations for how things can interact with each other and how things can move from one point in time to another point in time, right? And from those structures, you can effectively mirror or observe, certain moral behaviors emerging out of those types of simulations.
Hey.
Prisoner's Dilemma, for instance, it's a great
If I may,
example
you guys
of
are
it.
starting to actually talk into my professional field.
Which is
so
what
I would want to ask, how would some sort of simulation, some sort of machine learning type technique, how would that, do you think, actually dictate what's moral or immoral?
Oh, I don't think it does dictate what's moral or immoral.
But that was the topic.
I mean,
what is your profession, just out of curiosity?
I've had quite a few in several fields. Today I am a bona fide data scientist, AI freaking weirdo.
Big Brother stuff.
Yeah, technically. Yep. I had to think about that for a second.
To answer your question, Joel, I don't think necessarily that those kinds of simulations should be used to dictate what is moral and what is not moral. I think it can tell us about, if you give a certain set of rules and you have a defined way for how things can interact, it can tell you it can tell you that certain moral and immoral, activities will arise, or it tells you that certain patterns of behavior are more precedent than others.
I would agree with that. We have to impose our so-called morality to our machine learning tool, in the same way God has to dictate his morality to us. What I think would be the larger point.
As far as we know, right? Like, I guess we don't know.
To the best of our ability. I mean, it might just as well be the case that humans, in the course of however long we've existed, right, have experimented with different types of rules that people can engage in and can refrain from. And over time, based upon what people are trying to maximize, or what people are trying to maximize in terms of like a cultural sense or societal sense,
I would argue
certain rules become more selected for or not selected for based upon how well the society is able to thrive.
I would argue that if human history has proven or confirmed anything, it's that we petty mere moral, mortals can never establish morality on our own, never.
Well, I mean, it tells you something about the nature of morality as well, which is that what things are moral and what things are not really depends on the people you're talking about and what they're trying to achieve.
Disagree.
Right?
I disagree too.
Again, that goes back to that machine learning algorithm. The machine can't itself dictate what's moral or not. It has to only listen and obey, or disobey in some cases, its programmer.
Well, sure. I mean, in the case of history, though, for instance, certain societies prefix their ideas of what it is they want to achieve. Now, that might be militaristic strength. That might be being distributors of things like books or other types of knowledge. That might be being a trade capital or things like that.
Well,
right?
Sure, but
and based upon those things, right, the sets of morals that are developed are those that are in the interest of maximizing that goal.
Right, and that's the beauty of John Ash's game theory algorithms and whatnot. So that can help say if we want to have some sort of mutual objective, we could determine how to best optimize for that. But the catch is, not all humans agree on what those objectives are, and therefore we are by nature subjective and can never have, again, I think if our history has proven anything, is that we can never agree on morality. So therefore humans cannot create morality. We always seem to disagree.
That's wrong. I disagree with that.
I mean, so what I would say in that case is that I don't think what I would challenge in that case is I wouldn't be committed to saying something like morality is a thing that like objectively exists within the fabric of the universe. It just seems that morality in this case is acting kind of like as a proxy for different types of human behaviors and what humans are calling acceptable and not acceptable.
Right.
Based upon a set of interests.
Right. So as a game theorist or whatever, like a better word, I think that proves that humans can never determine morality based on that. Because everything that we wish to pretend could be moral or immoral is not only subject to change, making it therefore, irrelevant. There's always that conflict. And the idea that
disagree.
What the universe imposes would be the same as what the Lord imposes, basically, right?
I mean, I disagree with it being irrelevant, because what relevance it has is the relevance to the people that are under its governance, right?
Well, that's the point.
Even if it's not,
the next person is going to go, murder you because you're not doing what they want. So that's how humanity, aka the machine learner, whatever you call it, the AI, can never dictate its own morality.
That's how a human cannot dictate morality, but morality forces you to look at the group as a whole. It's higher order thinking. You're not thinking in a binary terms. It's not about me. It's about the whole.
And the thing is too, well, and that's the thing, right? The relationship of morality is the relationship of the individual to the collective, right? So even though it might be tempting for an organism like to kill another organism just because it wants to, right? The influence that it has on the group tends to negate that, right? There tends to be more negative ramifications on the group than it does.
Theory alone invalidates that, doesn't it? The survival of
with
the
what?
fittest?
No,
Darwin's
it doesn't.
White supremacy evolution theory.
No, so Darwin's theory isn't. So first of all, what you're thinking of with survival of the fittest was coined by Herbert Spencer, and what survival of the fittest is actually referring to is the ability of organisms to reproduce. It has nothing to do with, some kind of like slaughterhouse competition.
I found what I found is that survival of the fittest means the species, for example, would be plastic to the environment and survive thereafter.
I would. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish. I was gonna cite Darwin on what survival of the fittest was, but please, were you finished? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
No, the other gentleman too.
Oh, me? Oh, yeah. No, it's based on survival. If something, a catastrophic event happened, a volcano, right, and a species was overwhelmed by it, except for a few, right, and they were able to adapt to the new environment. That is survival of the. It's not about intelligence or strength. It's about adaptability.
Okay, and so again, I'm thinking of all kinds of different really cool machine learning algorithms that we do, professionally to try to test things like that, and and I can see applications with that. So I think Charles Darwin himself said it brilliantly in his letter to William Graham in 1881. I'll quote real quick. He said, "Lastly, I could show fight on natural selection having done and doing more for the progress of civilization that you seem inclined to admit. Remember what risk the nations of Europe ran not so many centuries ago of being overwhelmed by the Turks, and how ridiculous such an idea now is. The more civilized, so-called Caucasian races have beaten the Turkish hollow in the struggle for existence. Looking to the world at no very distant date, what an endless number of the lower races will have been eliminated by the higher civilized races throughout the world." That, I think, is the codification of that. But regardless, that still isn't a good moral compass. The idea that we can impose our wishes, our greeds, so to say, on anybody else, that I think that by definition is immoral. That's why we have to look to something outside of ourselves, something that is truly objective for sense of morality, really.
I mean, so the point about Darwin, everybody back in that time was racist. That doesn't make the theory itself racist.
That's a total fraud. No, that was during the same time when people like M.P. Wilberforce were ending or abolishing slavery using the Bible.
Yes, and Darwin himself was an abolitionist. Right, he was heavily in favor of abolition.
Only after he fell away from Jesus Christ he became an atheist, and he started joining the Huxley brothers, and that's when he became a racist.
I would have to note that, because to my knowledge he was always an abolitionist.
Nope. No, the quote I just read showed that he was not.
Darwinian thought, though, is amoral. It's not moral. I think there's a case to be made that it's immoral, if anything.
I could probably agree with that. So that's my whole point. The idea that we want to attribute, these falsified theories to dictate morality for us or not.
I don't think the goal of evolution is to do that.
The laws of the universe, things like that. I think that those are mistakes. We can't rely on that.
Well, sure. I mean, that would assume that the goal of evolutionary theory was to do that in the first place. But it's not.
That's why Hitler quoted it for his...
People can quote things for all sorts of reasons they wish to. That doesn't entail anything about the intention of a book.
Well, then that you just agreed that the
look, I can
concepts
read
you
the
try to
most
show are wrong.
I can quote mine the most genuine book I know of in order to make a perversion of it.
I apologize.
Right? That
I
doesn't
can't-
say anything about what the book's trying to intend.
Well, apologize real quick. I can't hear you when you talk over me. I have my
Yeah, I thought you were finished.
Well, whenever I hear you start to talk, I'm still talking. So I don't know if it's
Oh, okay. So maybe it's lag on my part.
Doesn't seem like it because I think I hear my voice faster than the internet can travel.
Well, you guys are doing well now.
But yeah, I mean, the fact I can like quote mine a book and misappropriate what it's trying to say doesn't invalidate it.
Well, I think again, I'm just using that as an example to cite how people who wish to pretend any kind of human objective, no matter what it is, rules or whatnot, wishes, desires, Darwin's or anybody's, does not help create any sense of objectivity, much less morality.
Well, I mean, what creates objectivity? Well, I mean, what creates objectivity is what tends to benefit the most amount of people.
No, not at all. That would make Nazis moral.
You can objectively.
There's cases where it doesn't work.
Pol Pot was working on the benefit of the majority, as you say.
No, I agree with Immutable Destiny because I had pointed out earlier because the society agreed to post a speed limit.
Then mass murder can be moral in that
That's
definition, yes, sir.
I mean, I don't. The issue though is that I don't think like most people who were Nazis back in the age of World War II were Nazis because they were wanting to be Nazis, right? They were doing it because of coercion.
I think anybody wanting to be anything do it because they want to be that. But regardless,
no, I mean, I think you look into
what
it.
You yourself would consider immoral can be moral, is what you basically said just now.
Well, the whole framing of this is that morality itself is relativistic.
Right, and so that's what I'm trying to say. When humans pretend that they can dictate their own morals, shows that we cannot do so. I think that's what I think is brilliantly helped demonstrate. Same with like we were talking earlier with machine learning algorithms. Just because a machine decides whether something's moral or not doesn't mean that it actually can say that it is. It has to be objectified by the programmer, by the scope that it was designed for.
We as humans can look at our history and objectively look at what has worked out for societies, right? What's moral, what's not moral, based on outcomes. I'd say that you can look. I would agree with you that, well, whatever you were saying about needing a higher something bigger than yourself, right? When the self or the state becomes God, then you have disasters, right? We can look at every communist country ever and see that this is not a winning recipe. So I think that we can reflect on societies and objectively come to a moral conclusion. Now, enacting that requires somebody to think at a higher level than just themselves. It's not binary. It's not me and you. It's everybody. And that sort of consistent thinking is not something that humans are inclined to, right? So you can't imply, we haven't been able to imply that thought process well, but that doesn't mean the thought process is unattainable to humans.
So you just brilliantly reminded me of the American founding fathers. Matter of fact, the way they put what you just said, if you guys of course recall, is that there are certain inalienable rights from God. You know, the right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Richard, kind of thing. Hi, Richard. How you doing?
Peace and respect, Assembly.
How are you? Yeah, I'm not going to porn bomb you, okay? So rest assured, all right?
I appreciate that.
Okay. All right, go ahead with the conversation, guys. Sorry.
But yeah, no, I think that's pretty brilliant, Flow State. But again, the whole point, the whole question mark really is, can humans dictate their own morality or not? Do we need God? Do we need something outside of humanity?
Not for me.
Yeah, not the way I see
it. I base my morals on our behavior. Right, that's it. I interact with other people, and we agree to do something. A civil society. Hey, I like it.
Yes, humans can dictate their own morality. I would agree with that.
No, I'm not trying to dictate.
That sounds self-righteous to me.
No,
so Ronan,
it sounds self-righteous. In what way?
that humans can be self-righteous. So that an individual, much less a group, a church or whatever, can say that they are righteous or not.
Well, the only reason why you think it sounds self-righteous is because you have created this dichotomy between humanity and a god, right? You have created this dichotomy, and all religious people like yourself have created this dichotomy between humanity and a god. That's the only reason why it's self-righteous to you, right?
No, you're right, and that's how logical dichotomies are formed. You have to decide or try to at least think about.
Right.
Can you dictate your own morality, or do you need a god, something outside of humanity, to dictate morality?
No, but you
have
chosen.
That's where the dilemma comes. Is
but
either
you have
we're
chosen
self-righteous, animals that we go to war because we want to impose our fake morality or immorality on each other, or do we look to something outside of ourselves, as Flo and I think Jay was trying to say, to be able to help give us some sort of moral guidance,
can I say something?
so that we can avoid being self-righteous.
We look
but you have chosen the self-righteous path, right?
No, I'm not talking anecdotally. I'm trying to raise the logical questions, especially in light of game theory, like Destiny was talking about.
No, but what makes you think that the self-righteous path is the correct path? What makes you?
Yeah, that's the secondary issue.
I'm just want to present these options, especially in light of scientific game theory and other information science.
Yeah, so I mean, to carry your argument even further than you were wanting to take it, which is, look, even if you grant that a god might be responsible for
something outside of humanity.
Yeah, so
something outside of humanity, whatever you want to call it, right? Whatever that type of thing is, it can instantiate whatever set of morals it desires to.
Right.
And so by that well, hold on.
Okay, sorry.
And as long as people are adhering to it, right, and believing what it says, those things are all objective morals for all those people who are concerned. So it still doesn't solve the issue of determining a true objective moral system.
Right. So
I agree with that in the sense that, again, as long as it's outside of humanity, it can be objective, and then the other humans can say, well, either you obey or you disobey this other higher standard. So that we can agree with, I guess.
Well, okay, but here's where I'm going to push back, though, is that if we're going to say that there's one set of true objective standards, right, it means that the fact that something outside humanity orchestrated or chose to give those sets of morals to people, right, cannot be the only factor in causing those rules, whichever ones they are, to be objective, right? There has to be some other metric that's determining that.
That's why I felt the need to pipe up when you guys started talking about the information science of it. As a coder, that's what we do. We project, what do you even call it? We assign our standard, our objective, our scope, what do you even call it, onto our machine, and then the machine decides to either obey or disobey. And sometimes, if you're trying to do some sort of moralistic type machine learning curve, it will pretend to claim whether it's meeting its own standard or not. And when it does that, it moves outside of the scope that we programmed it for, and we therefore have to decide whether to kill it or not. Basically.
Well, sure. I mean, and I think that type of thing, right? This process of a machine operating by these mathematical and logical rules, right? And eventually, right, it reaches this point of stability or dynamic stability, where it discovers or figures out certain laws that are the best types to maximize what it wants. That's the objective standard.
Self-righteousness. I'm sorry, but machines cannot determine self-righteousness.
I agree.
Well, machines don't care about self-righteousness.
You guys are missing the point. So we can and we do. We do create machine learning algorithms that try to test morality. We do create those.
Yeah, but you have said your self-righteousness.
And you guys are kind of showing my point.
Assembly God.
If a machine learning
guys,
tool,
time out. Sorry.
Sure.
It's getting where I can't understand what you guys are talking about. So Assembly of God, give Joel a little space. Joel, give Assembly of God a little bit more space, please.
Oh, I don't mean to.
No, you were saying something about
things we find provocative and important. That's great. I'm just asking for a little bit more space between thoughts.
Right, you were making a comment about game theory or something like that again, in regards to programming.
I think there's some misunderstandings, and I kind of feel like You just have to kind of repeat things, and I don't know.
Well, in your understanding, right? When you program a machine to a set of preset rules, and the machine changes those rules, right? Do you not see that as some kind of like maximization procedure of the machine to try and achieve?
No, that's what I was trying to say.
Its objective?
When we create a machine learning test, it's got a scope. It has a pass-fail.
Yeah.
So if it decides to do its own thing, it's failed.
Can I say something quickly?
Well, is it doing that thing with respect to what it's been programmed, like what you're asking it to do? Or is it just chosen like to change what the objective is?
It really depends on what you're trying to code it to do. If you want it to change something and it changes it, then it passed. If you don't want it to change something and it does, then it fails. I mean,
right, so
we're
you have
getting different topics.
You have been coded with the Jesus code, right? That's what you have been coded with, right?
Simply good. I'm sorry, but I like to try to talk about things without being anecdotal.
No, I'm trying to use your analogy. You're thinking that people are computers, right?
Well, that was the beginning of the subject, yeah.
So I'm saying that some people are programmed with the Jesus code, and other people don't have that Jesus code, right?
No. If we're going to use the idea that God is the programmer of this simulation or whatever.
No. So you're saying that even
Assembly, you have to let him answer when you ask a question. Assembly.
Well, I haven't finished my statement though.
Yes, you did.
You did. Joel's trying to get it across, but you're not letting him.
And poor Flow State over there's got his hand physically raised.
Go ahead.
We're going to call on you in a minute, Flow State, as soon as this part's done.
I can concede, Richard. I don't want to. I don't think Assembly God really wants to hear
Assembly. What is it you feel that you didn't get out there, Assembly?
Well, I'm just saying that like I said before, he's creating these two dichotomies, and he's saying that some people have been programmed using his analogy with the Jesus code and self-righteousness code, and other people have basically forgotten this code and they are not adhering to this code, right? So both of these codes are operational. They function, right?
No.
So which code functions better? The one that has the Jesus code or the one that has the non-Jesus code?
Right. That is confirming of the misunderstanding of the analogy I was trying to make.
That's what I got from your analogy.
Real quick, I just got here. Hey, how are y'all doing? I just got here. I didn't hear anything before, but just to steel man what I've heard so far, I think Joel is, if you're going by this analogy, is pretty much saying God being the creator of the programming would have programmed everybody. And then maybe at some point, whether through Satan, other means, just self-deception, we have corrupted that programming.
Is that a good representation, Assembly of God, is what you were trying to say there?
Yes, it is a good representation. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that, Ray.
Flow State. Let's go to Flow State then.
But no, that's not it though.
But let's go to Flow State though. Give him a chance. He's been very patient.
Okay, fine. Go ahead, Flow State. Sorry.
I would suggest that machine learning, which is, AI is notoriously immoral, and that's and this sort of binary programming that goes into this sort of calculation is like I said earlier, it takes a higher level than me binary thinking to deal morality, which is a societal construct, or for lack of better words, it addresses society as a whole. So I think that when you input binary metrics to measure it by, you're using the wrong measurement.
Well, okay. The issue I would ask you then is that if that's the case, why can programs that are using binary logic replicate our results with high levels of precision?
Well, because it's not incredibly complicated most of the time.
Well, I mean, morality is an exceptionally. Hold on.
We don't use binary logic.
Are you talking about algorithms?
We use what's called three-dimensional database type algorithms, where especially for higher level heuristics, it is the exact opposite of binary. It's very, very.
I don't think humanity has even touched the algorithm sphere as yet. We are so basic in our algorithm skills right now. It's unfathomable what we can achieve in say 20 or 30 years from now when it comes to that kind of AI thinking. I think that
a lot of it will depend on the types of ways we're processing things and how efficient algorithms can be made to perform.
We are in
as
the
a professional
infancy.
AI programmer, assembly guy, I would love to have to beg the question, what's your experience in AI coding? But I'm sure that's another topic.
Yeah, but we are in the infancy state right now of AI.
But Joel, do you think that AI, as an AI coder, do you think that AI is a system that is up to sorting these things out, or do you think it's limited by like the fact that we are giving it inputs, right? We supply the inputs. We still are the limitation to AI, or our ability to recognize where it goes without it, right?
Not really. That's a really awesome question.
Yeah, I don't think so.
We so humans use what's called heuristic thinking as well, and we have been able to mimic that. Is the best non-crazy answer I can say. Now, AI can mimic human thinking processing, and there's a question about like creativity or conscious or things like that, but it can certainly mimic it, I would say.
Hasn't an AI robot said of itself that AI cannot be moral?
Well, that was my whole point. But
It'd be amoral, right?
Now.
Richard, for heuristic. I need a definition for heuristic. I don't know that term.
Oh, so
2 fingers, 2 knuckles deep.
Uh-oh. I love this challenge.
Okay. I can think of a way to describe it, but if you have a better way, I can.
Let me see. Okay, so
just
there's
Google it.
I'll keep it in AI coding terms, Richard. There's 2 basic different types of AI. There's what's called the finite state machine and the heuristic machine, right?
Okay.
So finite state machine, that's like what you see normally like in your video games.
0, 1, 0, 1.
Enemy AI or NPC, it's programmed with a certain list of possibilities. And there's different weights of a decision, and if he sees this, he does that, et cetera. Yeah. Okay. So that's an FSM, and not very cognizant, but it can appear so. You can make very complex finite state machine. Versus heuristics, it's more of a true decision maker. It's a non-linear decision tree.
The definition I pulled up: heuristic, enabling someone or something to discover or learn something for themselves.
So you're talking about machine language. You're talking about machine.
Well, I love definitions.
It's so chemical. It doesn't really, Anyway.
Well, I'm trying to explain, kind of like in a more sciencey way. I guess. So a heuristic is certainly in AI coding. So it's more like Rage was saying. It's able to kind of think outside of its own box. We use multi-layered databases, including what's called cubed databases. So, you look at a database, it's got its tupules and its rows. It's basically like a flat sheet, 2-dimensional array, whatever. And so you've got different options. You can XY kind of thing, and then we go have like a Z depth as well. You put databases on top of databases, and so the machine it can think of something, or at least try to test a certain idea, go down a certain path. Just like we humans do. Well, when we start to think about something, like this whole conversation, can morality exist without God? That's a thought. And then we're going to start going down different paths to try to, like we've been doing all night, to try to see which path makes the most sense, which helps answer that question. Well, machines can do the same thing. And sometimes they'll think of something, or at least they'll go down a path. That's what I guess what the analogous.
Yeah, it's tracing a path to try and connect one node to another.
Add a new entry somewhere else down the road, either on one layer of the spreadsheet or on a separate layer deeper down on a different spreadsheet, and it'll keep that thought somewhere, and either passively or actively, to see if it'll help make sense later. And sometimes it'll do recursive thoughts, and it's really complex, and it can mimic creativity.
But you can come to it's a logical sequence, though. You can come to a logically valid conclusion that is also morally abhorrent.
Morality existed way before God. You just observe animal behavior. They don't eat their own young, and we didn't have the concept of God in terms of our early development as a species.
If you guys
I admit, I'm late. I'm late to the party here, but it seems to me like if the question is, can morality exist without God, all you need to do is look at somebody that's godless and see if they have morality.
Of course they can.
Excellent point. Richard, I want to make sure real quick. Did what I explain help answer your question, though? Did it help or not?
Yeah.
I mean,
I understand more. I'm not going to say I understand.
The succinct version for it is that it's trying to connect nodes that may or may not be on different layers, and it's trying to find like the most efficient way of doing so.
And again, I'm like totally new to this conversation, but like when it comes to AI, don't we have like several different AI programs? Some have like, decided that all humanity is evil and needs to like die. But then we have other AI programs that finds the good in humanity, and like AI correct me if I'm wrong, Joel, you probably know more about this than I do, but like we're like just on the verge of AI pretty much taking over a lot of different industries.
No, can I
would love to go into that subject. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Joel. So, do you agree that eventually that there will be what's called technological singularity, right?
I think it's already getting there. Yep.
Right.
Oh, I thought you were going to ask about what's called a GAI, General Artificial Intelligence.
Oh, hey, yo. What's up? Yo, hey, Richard. Richard, how you doing, man?
I'm gonna ask you.
Man, how you been,
great,
Richard?
brother.
Whoa,
Good to see you. I'm gonna ask you to leave and re-enter because your internet connection is really bad.
And you're roboting a little bit.
Okay.
But yeah, so the difference between general artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence, to my knowledge, is that normal artificial intelligence, it tends to be able to do very, very good at solving one type of problem, but not so hot when it comes to like asking it to do multiple things at the same time.
Yeah,
that sounds generally good.
It makes sense. Yeah,
right.
Complexity.
That means that eventually, do you think machines will achieve the capabilities of a human brain?
Yes. In fact, the Fujitsu K computer did so a few years ago. It finally simulated 1 second of human thinking, but it took 40 minutes to do it.
And how many billion transistors are there in that machine?
Oh, yeah, I can give you a picture. It's a warehouse.
Well, and wouldn't common sense dictate like the more we map out the brain, the more we learn about the brain, the more we will be able to duplicate that?
Yes, especially when neural lace technology like Elon's Neuralink comes online. Yes, sir.
Fuck that. I'm not going.
I don't know. This is a hot take. I mean,
wait a second.
I'm not.
This is a topic because this is a good question when it comes to God and technology, right? This is very good because it that's a dividing line. So where does the fundamentalism come in, and where does the technology come in? Right? You have to draw a dividing line between that. Are you going to say that we have to stop developing these technologies and go back to the fundamentalism of the Christian God or Muslim God or whatever God, and stop all this progress? Right?
Not at all. I would agree with Albert Einstein. You can't not have science without religion. Or Einstein's replacement at Princeton, Freeman Dyson. I love how he answered that question.
Right. So are you kind of
technology is a gift of God. After the gift of life, it is perhaps the greatest of God's gifts.
So are you
the
a
mother of civilizations, of arts, and of sciences? So absolutely not. I think you cannot have scientific progress, or much less technology, without trying to pursue God.
So Joel, are you a progressive?
You mean by like a left-wing type political person?
No, not left-wing. I'm just saying that.
That's what that generally means here in America.
Do you want society and technology to progress?
That's what I do for a living. I've been doing it for about 25 years.
Are you also a conservative?
Yeah, but this is like weird topic changing. Why are you?
No. This is where it comes to cognitive dissonance, right? So you have two opposing views in your brain. Right?
No, I don't. That's just you. That's you shoving your religion on me, buddy. I don't want to talk about things anecdotally. The conversation was cool.
Well, I mean, and technically, you can be progressive and conservative at the same time.
The thing is, so Assembly of God, let me help fill in the gaps for you there. What Joel is saying is that if there was no God, there would be no technology, there would be no science, yada yada yada.
Well, certainly not as well advanced as it is. Even atheists who try to claim that evolutionary type theories, that's their progressive, whatever scientific, progress. Even that came from Christians. Darwin stole from Lamarck and Paley, and so all these technology gains that we talk about come from religious people.
Well, sure. I mean, some theories may be based on religious people.
Sorry, guys. JG, I'm going to turn your mic up a little bit if you'll unmute. But you are getting run over so easy because you're so quiet.
I apologize. I can I can
Yeah,
listen.
we all have our mics loud.
JG, unmute, please, so I can turn your mic up. Or not. That's fine, too.
He's just sitting back, going for a ride.
Okay.
Well, and real quick, not to just like totally be against Assembly of God here. You know, you can be both, but I would say like in the current climate, especially in the United States, it's very hard to be both conservative and progressive. But technically, you can be both. If you're, you know, if you're for social equality and yet you are fiscally conservative, that would be an example of that.
No, I understand. I get that. I get that. But my question was, where does your conservatism come from, right? If you progress, no, sorry, my question is, where does your progressiveness come from? If you say that you are progressive because God provide these things to me, and that's why I'm progressive, then that's a in your brain there's a cognitive dissonance there.
No, I mean, I would disagree with that.
Yeah, I would. I kind of would too. You know, I think God can be progressive.
No, but first of all, you have to prove that your God exists.
Sometimes, maybe.
Well, I mean, that's granted.
Scientists like Einstein talk about how science
first
can
of all,
prove
you
that
have to
exists.
well,
you do have to grant the
problem
premise that God exists.
Is
you have to
you might be
prove.
trying to mix political opinions with technology, right?
Okay, so the progressives then the progressive conservatives,
you have to
they
clarify what you mean by progressive for us.
No, the progressive conservatives presupposes they're God. Then is that right?
No. Please, if you don't mind, define.
You're confusing everybody
for us first.
What? Sorry.
Can you help, Richard?
Yeah, Assembly, I need you to slow down just a little bit. I'm glad you're excited to have the conversation. You're welcome, but you're gonna have to slow down a little bit for everybody, okay?
I'm trying to help ask if he can help define what he means by progressive for us first.
Flow state. If they get crazy, ask them to stop it.
Okay.
I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Bet.
Okay. What I'm saying is that the Rage just said you can be both a progressive and a conservative, right?
No. Please, before you say anything else, Assembly of God, please define your term progressive, quote unquote.
Progressive means that you basically you mostly to the left or liberal, and you accept science and the progression of science and technology and all that stuff, right?
Thank you. That's what I assumed your meaning. So again, you have, I think, erroneously mixed political opinions with technology topics, because as an extremely advanced technological freaking super nerd, I would highly disagree with you that quote unquote leftist people have anything to do with science.
Okay, but you
that's a different conversation. But
usually politics doesn't need to be involved in terms of like scientific progress, despite it always being.
No, I understand, but Joe, but you say that your progressiveness comes from a God, is that right?
Not by your definition. No, we're not going to be able to have a conversation, Assembly God, because
you're
you and I
lumping
do not have the same language.
You're lumping topics in a way that nobody else that is not.
Yeah,
accurate.
and my point is, so my point was taking it to a political level, and I do agree. Like, I would much rather get back to the AI crap because I'm fascinated by that. But like on a political level, Assembly of God, you know, when I say like, as a progressive is somebody that is for progress, and that can mean social progress. It can mean a plethora of things. But if you're for social progress, that means you're technically progressive. But you can also be fiscally conservative. You can also be religiously conservative, but still for social progress. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right. So is Joel religiously or fiscally conservative?
Huh?
I think the problem is that you're trying to apply these terms to people, and they're too obtuse to be useful.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Assembly God, if I may, I like to try to avoid anecdotal stuff as much as possible.
I'm not using anecdotes here. I'm trying to.
You're trying to drag in a person's character and personality into the conversation.
No,
That's unnecessary.
I'm asking you, as a conservative, what do you define as conservatism? What does conservatism mean to you?
Politically or morally, it means to try to conserve traditional morals, family values. That's all.
What do you mean by traditional values? What do you mean by that?
The last 6,000 years of human history. But again, that's a different topic.
Boy, that's changed over a long time, but okay.
Well, no. If we must talk politics, Are you familiar with Igor Shavarovich, Destiny?
Okay, can we
No, but I mean, I'm referring to the fact that like not even like 100 years ago, like children were treated below in the social status as say adults were, and it was very common for children to be abused in terms of workforce and things like that. So
yeah, it's social
what people are-
social morality seems to change
Can
generationally,
we
right?
get a Google definition of conservatism? What does that mean?
And that
But
I
can we
I
just
think
skip
that
to
helps
the point you're
highlight the
trying to
earlier
make?
conversation, Rage, how we mere mortals cannot control or pretend to
Well,
presume what morality
okay,
is.
what my ultimate point
Changes too
was
much.
is that if you're progressive and a conservative, like Rage said, right?
You can't
in
have
your
that
brain-
conversation with me, Assembly God. I'm only here to really want to talk about like technology.
and honestly, you know, Assembly of God,
higher
I was
things.
just putting something in that's like a possibility.
No, I
out.
understand, but
You're
Rage-
not going to find many of those.
wait, but what I'm hearing you say, and what I'm getting from that is that when you hold these two opposing worldviews, that's what's called a cognitive dissonance.
No,
You know what that
no,
means?
that's where everybody is resisting. That's your misunderstanding of those things. That's not a
No,
cognitive dissonance.
not
They are.
resisting, dissonance. It's dissonance.
That's actually just your opinion having cognitive dissonance, Assembly God. I don't agree with your opinion.
Fine.
Can we move on?
I'm on Joel's side.
Yeah, well, I kind of get Assembly of God's point, but I also totally like I'm kind of against it because you know, like I don't think it's two separating moral or worldviews, but it may be two separate just methods of looking at the
Ideologies at
world.
play.
Yeah, ideologies. Thank you, Immutable. Like, you know, I think that we are probably having a misunderstanding of what we are thinking about these terms.
Okay, so let's change it to ideologies, right? If you have two opposing ideologies in your brain, right? Are you being cognitively dissonant?
Yes.
Right.
Right. So you
No,
telling people what their political
it's
opinions are.
Technology and political conservatism are not contrary.
I know
Right.
plenty.
So
I know a
your
lot of
definitions
conservatives
in
that
conflict,
are
Assembly God, not us.
somewhat progressive.
No,
and
don't take this as an insult. I'm not insulting you, okay?
Yes, you are.
It's not what?
People that insult people always say that.
I am not insulting you. I'm just pointing out the logic behind this, right?
No, you're not. What you're doing is you have a cognitive dissonance of what you believe certain other people believe. So what you think is progressive is what other people don't agree with is progressive. So you have the conflict that you're trying to push on me, which I don't. Not only do I not appreciate it, I don't want to talk about anecdotal crap.
I'm not.
Tonight.
I haven't mentioned one anecdote.
The definition of that is it's anecdotal versus
I didn't
empirical.
mention one anecdote.
When you want
I
to
haven't
ask
mentioned
somebody
any
their
anecdote.
personal opinion, you are asking for an anecdotal reference. I like to avoid those is all. Please. Let's keep to non-anecdotal or empirical.
But you look at the definitions. If we go definitions,
here, how about this? Assembly. If you think there's a conflict in the two things, what specifically? Why don't you point out where the exact?
I'm just the conflict is that when progressives say they are progressive, right, and they embrace this ideology, right, as being progressive, right, and they also embrace the ideology of being conservative, right. That's what's called an oxymoron.
Right. Bring it back to the
don't
conversation, though.
necessarily think so.
Yeah, man, me and Immutable are agreeing.
it's
I
not
can't
not
agree with that.
I mean, like what it means to hold those two positions contemporaneously means like for a person to be progressive means like that they're for the progress like of certain like from say like of certain social policies or certain technological things or certain scientific things.
Right.
But what the conservative aspect of that might be, I mean, I consider myself to be partially conservative in the sense that like there's certain views that I hold with respect to like marriage or relationships or things like that, just in terms of like social structure that I think ought to be preserved.
But
and that are of benefit for those things. So I mean,
I'm talking about more
wanted to get into
generally
that
speaking. I'm
subject,
talking
guys.
about when it comes to
I can address it as well. Just didn't want
the
to go away.
majority and minorities, right? I'm talking about that. So conservative people tend to be more religious. Is that right?
No.
Was that
Everybody's religious, including atheists.
Well, I would say that's right. Yeah.
Or is that a generalization? Am I
No,
That,
it is
from
a
what I
generalization
recall, that
for
tends to be
sure.
supported by
Everybody
data.
has a
Yeah, I
religious
think it.
opinion,
Yeah,
including atheists.
as Immutable said, I think that's supported by data. Yeah.
Okay. Are progressives more liberal?
Tend to be, not always.
If we must change into these topics, gentlemen, as a logical type person, I would argue. Again, I brought up Shavarovich and bring up many others, Bastiat, showing how the left wing, quote unquote, progressive is the exact opposite. They are not progressive. They are just simply actually, a lot of people call them regressive. They're going back to the old ancient, like Roman type, fascist type times. They are by far the least progressive types in the political sphere.
So aside of all like the demonizations of the left, so
I wouldn't say it's
it's really hard to explain, because conservative can just simply mean
norm of humanity.
Conservative can simply mean American exceptionalism. It can simply mean trying to preserve America as was. Conservative can mean a lot of things, but when you start like throwing in the term liberal means a million different things.
Exactly.
And really, if you're going to compare progressive and liberal, those are two completely different things.
Not only do I 100% agree with that, Rage, I think Friedrich Bastiat, what's that guy's name? Hyman. Forget his name.
I am not comparing those two things.
They go into those details. How, especially in America.
All right, thank you, Assembly.
We Americans have allowed the language to be destroyed. It's simply political language. The British have talked about it. Quote unquote liberal. And if you guys are familiar with the term classic liberal, those are conservatives today. The conservatives are trying to conserve what the
I'd almost consider classic liberals today to be alt-right
a century ago. So the terms get switched and swapped, and that's part of why it's such a stupid subject to me.
It's usually where you stand politically is where your main stance is. Whether if you're conservative, your main stance can be conservative, but you can have some progressive tendencies. I am a socialist. I go beyond progressive.
I understand,
but I still have like some conservative tendencies, right? Like it's just I think human beings are nuanced and our politics are nuanced.
I understand that. I'm not trying to be divisive here at all. I am just saying that according to, colloquially speaking, when somebody says I'm a progressive, what does that generally mean? When somebody says I'm a conservative, what does that generally mean?
Usually, if somebody states that they're progressive, that generally means they're farther to the left than most. And if somebody states that they're conservative, that generally means they're farther to the right than most.
I think that's generally only in America.
So there's
it's not elsewhere. That's an American concept.
It's a false dichotomy, and it's not a useful one because it doesn't actually categorize.
I agree. That's very American. Yes, very American.
Exact opposite outside of America, guys.
Right.
So does that create? So my question is, does that create any cognitive dissonance?
It's a bad metric to use.
I'll share this, Assembly of God. Again, I've been on the bleeding edge of science and technology for a few decades now. I don't know if I've ever worked with any quote unquote liberal, progressive, left wing, whatever you want to call them type people. They just don't exist in science. I'm sorry.
Okay, so who did you vote for? Did you vote for Trump or Hillary?
I voted. My vote did not make the ticket. And again, I like to avoid anecdotal crap. If you must get personal.
Okay, so let's change.
I wanted to hope to talk about technology.
Okay, fine. Let's change the subject. Okay, sorry.
As a quote progressive. Lol.
Okay, during this little few administrative things, I'm going to bow out pretty soon, but I'm going to leave this live. Of course, what that means is nobody can come in once I leave because none of these guys, respect them as I might, have I made that kind of power over this channel. So if you want to come in, if you're in the side chat, if you're listening on the sidelines, you want to come in, do it now as I will be leaving soon. Go ahead, guys.
What about you? Have a good night, Richard. If we're not seeing you later, man. I wanted to talk with you more, though, just FYI.
Richard, what the hell? Why are you leaving, man? Don't leave.
Because I'm an old person who has to work tomorrow.
Dude, I was going to say, man, your beard's getting white. What's up with that?
That means the dye is bleaching out. It does that over time, and I re-dye it.
Listen, Richard,
it's actually great.
Just go take a little nap and then come back in about an hour or so.
Yeah, that's not going to work out. Trust me.
You have a good
Nice Adderall from the kids.
Love your channel, Richard.
I love that you guys come in here, and I think most of you are just brilliant, seriously. And I really appreciate the compliment that I could have created a situation where you guys would come together from very different points of view and try to hear each other. I think that's amazing, and I do want to encourage that. I really do.
That's why your channel's awesome, man.
And that's props to you.
Without a doubt, Richard. One of the few places I still enjoy coming. So,
okay. So where do we want to go? Do you want to stick with technology or not?
I think we want to leave the political.
Yeah. Let's leave the political. I would actually, I'm going to be focusing on my political channel, Assembly of God. I would love to have you on, and we can talk this on a deeper political level. It would probably be a lot more agreeable than it is tonight. But yeah, I would like to get back to the technology. That's what that's what drew me into this. I came in and I'm like, oh, they're talking science and crap. Let me go in and be stupid.
Well, I think eventually we should get to biblical and religion.
Why are both S's in your name capitalized? Assembly.
That was just a spelling mistake.
No,
I think that we accentuate the ass.
Before
we call them ass.
we get off into the political things, I think that what was being raised was whether or not science and religion are compatible or necessary for each other.
That's a good topic. That's a good topic. I like that.
I mean, what the topic was, and I think we should.
That depends on who you ask, right?
Well, I would stick with science and religion as a topic tonight. Let's discuss that. That's a good
JG,
topic.
let me get a sound bite from you, JG, and talk long enough I can adjust your mic where it belongs, please.
All right. I'm talking to you now. It's a little staticky over here, but I'm still trying to hang in there.
Okay, I've got you at 200%. You're still a little bit quiet, okay?
All right.
Are you on a
that's
Wi-Fi
definitely a
connection,
bit
Jay?
better, though.
Jay, if you can hear me, are you on a Wi-Fi connection?
Yeah, Wi-Fi connection for sure.
Do you have can you see if you have an obviously strong signal? Is there any way to move your router closer, things like that?
I don't know. I'll try to move it around.
Okay.
Thanks.
He's definitely a bit louder there. I can hear him.
I hear him. Okay.
Okay, guys. So is the Bible scientific? Yes or no?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Nope.
Who brought a question?
No, but I do think that's it's a vague question because a lot of Christians are scientific. They just their voices kind of get drowned out with all the noise.
That's not a vague question. It's perfectly direct.
It is, but it isn't because, like I said, we hear the Christian voices denying the science, and it's all over the place. Climate denial is all over the place. We hear that, but there's a lot of Christians out there that are with the science.
I would cite how there's things from Nobel Prize laureates to NASA has already confirmed 40 years ago that things like Genesis, they're scientifically conclusive. The Bible, in fact, you got scientists like Hugh Ross, for example. He was an atheist. He decided to start researching several religions.
What part of Genesis is scientifically
he became a Christian only because Christianity and the Bible was the only religious text of all the ones that he studied for many years that fit the science he was following as an astrophysicist.
No, I know.
I talked to a guy that was talking the piranhas. He was a Hindu guy, and he said the same exact thing. Well, the piranhas, man, they got the age of the universe down to like 100,000 years, and I'm like, so what? Yeah,
that is actually impressive, though, when you think about it.
Well, kind of, yeah. But then when you look at the rest of the piranhas and you see all the superstition there, it kind of goes out the window. But
it doesn't make you wonder if maybe they're onto some other things too. If they can date this accurately, and our best carbon dating can't do anything near that.
Well, it makes me wonder, though, into Immutable's point. why isn't Krishna the topic of discussion since they got it so close? I don't see much in Genesis that complies with reality unless you take it as metaphorical and analogy.
Well, the irony of that, for example, the age of the universe questions, that's largely determined by what's called the cosmic microwave background radiation. The scientist that discovered that and won the Nobel Prize for it, in his humble opinion, said the best data we have concerning the Big Bang, which, by the way, is a Christian creationist scientific theory, are exactly what he said he would have predicted had he nothing to go on but the 5 books of Moses, the Psalms, the Bible as a whole, quote unquote. New York Times, March 12th, 1978.
Quote, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the scientists that determine these things are the ones saying that it confirms the Bible. So it's cute when people that don't know the science say it doesn't confirm the Bible, to me.
So when was the Big Bang Theory first put forth?
George Lamontre, late 1800s.
When
late
did this guy
1800s.
win
So
the-
we're talking
early
about a time
1900s.
period when most people actually considered themselves theistic, God worshippers,
largely Christians.
largely
That's
Christians.
irrelevant
Yeah.
and a genetic fallacy. Right.
No, it's entirely relevant given
No,
that the data you're
it's not.
pulling from happens to be exceptionally representative of the population at that time.
No, not at all. Especially given the fact
Yeah,
that
it
atheists
is.
today claim that's their science. So for today,
Well, because science isn't entitled to the religious people who discover it. It's based upon the intellectual discoveries that those people made.
then that destroys
Joel,
Rage's
let me
entire
ask you
point.
a
Well,
question.
I don't see how you can read Genesis and get the Big Bang out of that.
Well, Joel, let me ask you a question. Do you think science progresses or does it stay the same all the time?
I think that science is the whole purpose and business of science is to try to create repeatably observable observations in real time.
Yeah, I know.
And
I
so
know
that's
that
what we
you're
do
correct.
as scientists is we constantly try to test each other's observations and hope to come together to some sort of agreeable conclusion. But you're right. No, I quote Max Planck,
Right.
for example, religiously, lol. He's the founder of quantum physics. He literally said that we have no right to assume that any physical law exists at all, and if any law does exist, we have no
I
right to
won't
assume it will
dismiss.
continue to exist in
I
the
won't
future.
dismiss their science
And I get
because
constantly
they're
interrupted trying
Christian,
to share these
but I
things, so I
also
guess I'm
won't
not-
dismiss their bias.
Hey, Mac. So I guess
Sorry,
nobody
I
wants
didn't mean
to
to
hear what
overtalk you.
scientists
I did not mean to
actually
overtalk you.
say.
Well, a lot of the
I was getting
scientists are
interrupted when I
taking their
start to do that.
inspiration. A lot of the scientists are taking inspiration for their work.
Organized here. Can we get organized? We over talking each other. The audience hates this shit.
Yeah, my apologies. I didn't mean to do that.
Can we like get organized? Can we have maybe like a 1 minute each?
Richard, you want to do it, or you want to pass?
Mac was the one I was waiting on to come in. I'm going to go ahead and bow out, gentlemen. The show is your own.
Let's do 1 minute statement.
Thanks, Richard.
1 minute statement.
Let's just let people make their complete points. We'll go. Then who's next?
Well, if we're gonna go to like individual statements, let's make it 2 or 3 minutes because 1 minute is so
Let's not
short.
time it at all. Let's not time it unless we need to.
Well, yeah, let's just go one at a time.
Okay, so
All right, guys. Before I bow out, I want to say thank you to all of you very, very much. I really appreciate all of you gentlemen. I really do. Thank you, everyone who showed up in the side chat. Anyone who watches this in the future, I want you to know that I truly do look forward to the day that we're all great friends. Peace and respect, and good night.
Have a great night, Richard. You
Night.
are the shit, man.
You are, bro. All right, later, guys.
I'll probably bail out soon too, guys. I just wanted to share some
Okay, so
stuff.
2 minute statements each. Joel, you can start.
With what?
What's your 2 minute statement?
About
That
what?
was almost too late, Sister Marty.
Nice, Marty. Nice.
Have a great night, guys.
Oh, yeah. Take care, Richard. Thank you. Yeah, no, I
What are
would,
the
I
what
would
are the
just say,
2 minute statements on?
I like to cite
We're
the
not losing
scientists that
minutes.
discover the science that people pretend to talk about, I guess.
Okay, quiet everybody. Joel, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
That was it. If we're going to talk about opinions of scientific
you said
topics, I
something
like to
about the
often reference
1800s.
generally
you said
to
something
the
about
people
the
that
scientists in the
discover those
1800s.
scientific principles, much less, a lot of the agreeable conclusions and whatnot. But with the problem, I think that a lot of us, in science have is that people don't know the basics or the foundations of where these theories, where these conclusions come from, and
Okay,
just
your
kind
2
of
minutes start now. Okay, your 2 minutes
Get
start
the
now.
fuck
No,
out
I'm
of here,
good.
Assembly. Assembly, let him talk.
No, he's not. He doesn't want to hear me.
The rest of us do, though. Everybody else does.
Well, if you heard what I just said before Assembly interrupted for the third time, I was pretty much done.
I'm just trying
to
moderate
probably ballot
things.
soon because the progressives don't. Yeah.
Okay, Flow State, do you have something to say?
Well, I was just trying to tell you to shut the fuck up so that he can talk. That's all I had to say right now.
All right.
I love you, Flow State.
So
You're awesome.
who has anything to respond to Joel?
I missed a lot of it.
I didn't.
No, I heard what he said, so I'll go and respond.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
Go ahead, Immutable.
Go.
What people discovered in terms of like physics or biology or whatever is based upon the data that they collected and the formulations they were to discover. Now, interestingly enough, I mean, a lot of them did hold to religion, be that Buddhism or Christianity or Islam or whatever the case may be. And a lot of their opinions tend to reflect that because they felt called by God in order to discover those things about the universe. However, when we talk about their opinions and things like that, their religious beliefs are of secondary interest to me. What they actually discovered and why those discoveries are true are more interesting.
Yeah,
that's what they're credited for.
Okay, quiet.
Sure.
Quiet.
I think that's insulting to them because as scientists, we don't try to fit science to our religion. We try to fit our religion to science.
Joel,
well, I don't think the scientists were trying to fit it to their religion. I think they were feeling. No, I think when scientists are commenting about their theories or about discoveries, right? What they were doing is they were feeling called by God to do that type of work, right? To understand God's creation.
No, I can agree there's some like that, but most of us, people that I work with, especially like Einstein's an excellent example, we're only quote unquote religious because of our science.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I haven't met too many people because I haven't met too many people that share that opinion.
I'm working
Can we
my
say hi
field,
to Marty? Marty, do you have something to say about this topic?
Not about this topic. No, I was just hanging out just in case something comes up.
Science and religion. Science and religion is the topic. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Mac, do you have anything to say about this topic?
No.
Science and religion in the Bible?
Science, religion, and the Bible?
Yeah.
I would say the Bible makes many scientifically impossible claims. Science is unrelated to religion, but religion can interface with science. I don't know. I don't have anything too profound to say about it, I guess.
Okay,
That's
so
basically my opinion.
Okay, so you're
I
saying
mean,
that
the
religion
shortcoming
can
of
interface
science.
with science. So Flow
The
State.
shortcoming that science has is I'm going to talk over you, Assembly of God, every time.
No,
Now that
I'm saying
Richard's
I'm
done
asking you
talking
a
over you
question.
every time, every
Okay,
fucking
fine,
time.
go ahead.
What I'm proposing is that and I forgot it now.
That's science.
I would propose that science and religion are very much intertwined, more than particularly science people with a capital S don't like admitting that there's a spiritual or a religious component to their science. But especially if you get down into quantum physics and things like that,
Please don't.
What's religious about
I'm
science?
just acknowledging it as I go past, right?
Let Flow State finish. Flow State, go ahead, talk. Finish your point.
Especially if you know quantum physics, buddy. I love that topic. Share.
So,
please.
Joel, then,
Yeah.
do you think that quantum physics would validate or invalidate, broad strokes, more metaphysical or supernatural beliefs?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Sure.
What one? Invalidate?
No.
Sure, absolutely. I mean,
No,
quantum
it's
mechanics is
offensive.
a very weird theory, but the mathematics are simple enough
I
to
think-
it.
I love
So
how Max Planck put it
Argument.
that matter doesn't even technically exist. That everything is literally the mind of God, is in his words.
Right.
He's the founder.
That's an
of
interesting
quantum
interpretation to take of it, and modern quantum field theorists would probably not have that opinion.
physics. So I would say academics who are not scientific would disagree with the founder of quantum physics. Yes.
Well, sure, they have no reason or no right to talk about quantum physics nor quantum field theory in that case. Either. So
Especially
who cares
since
what they
quantum
think?
physics talks about the immaterial, right?
Well,
The decoherency
except for when quantum field theorists talk about matter, they're talking about things that are material.
Well, that's just it. So it doesn't matter what the I would call fake physicists pretend to talk about. Quantum physics as a field talks and it confirms how matter does not even exist. Everything is technically immaterial. There's a decoherency property to everything that's coherent.
Yeah, when I studied quantum physics, I never remember reading that in the textbook I used.
I think that proves Elon Musk's point that college is not for learning; it's only for fun. But I love the fact you've tried to study it. I would love to share notes someday.
Okay.
Well, sure. I mean, I've read multiple different sources on it and listened to professionals that foundations of quantum mechanics is their expertise, and none of them have said that.
Well, we're
Okay, I'm
starting
going to go to Rage.
the 2-minute
Rage
flow
hasn't
thing, I think.
said something for a long time. Rage, are you there?
But definitely
Rage,
would
are
love
you
to
there?
put it together.
He put BRB in the private
Okay,
chat.
Marty, let's go to you. Do you think quantum physics proves a god?
Hold on. Let me put on my glasses. What's that?
I think someone would have to know quantum physics first.
Do you think quantum physics proves a god?
I don't see proof of the God of Abraham just in general. So for me, quantum physics is irrelevant. I don't see proof of the Christian God. Period.
So you don't think quantum physics is a valid explanation? Okay, let's go to Mac. Do you think quantum physics proves a god?
No, I'll just say no.
Why? Can you expand on that?
Sure. Quantum physics doesn't speak to the existence of God. No, it doesn't. It's just because it has like weird things about it that are hard to understand doesn't mean it has anything to do with God. It's got to do with the nature of reality and the nature of the universe. That's all I really know about it. But
yeah,
it doesn't,
quantum
like,
theory is just a So what quantum mechanics is quantum mechanics is just a quantum theory of motion, describing how small particles behave when they're coupled to
Going to
when they're
Rage.
coupled to
Rage,
other
are you there?
systems.
Rage, are you there?
Heisenberg would disagree with that immunity.
Rage, do you think quantum physics proves a god?
I'm no scientist. I have studied quantum
That's okay.
physics a little
Just
bit.
whatever
I would
you
say to this point, no. But I would say, something like quantum physics or something like that kind of science, if God's ever going to be proven, it would be through that, right? Like,
I like that.
So you're saying that quantum physics might prove a god?
Yeah, I'm saying we don't know what we don't know. That's what I'm saying.
We don't know what we don't know.
Yep.
Well, that's always going to be true.
Okay,
Who
no,
said
I
that,
understand.
by the way?
Fine.
Is that you, Rage?
Yeah, that's Rage being somewhat less Rage tonight.
Yeah, I just wanted to applaud that. That was brilliant.
Okay, so Joel, so you're claiming that you and Flow State are claiming that quantum physics proves a god, right?
I think it alludes to a god. I think it would allude to a god more than it would allude to there not being a god. I don't think it proves.
How would it do that? How would it do
And
that?
again, I try to avoid anecdotal referencing. So as a scientist, quote unquote, I would advocate more for the conclusions from the people that generated the field. I would point to Incite, Heisenberg, Planck, even Einstein. I would point to people that not just them, but the entire field as a whole that does talk about the relationship of for example, the wave function coherency change states into the temporary or fleeting coherency universe, as the Bible describes it, as a onus for the first cause, which we call God. So the entire field was predicated by the scientists that invented it on how it explains God.
Do you
to say it doesn't?
That's
okay. Did you say that the Bible describes these fields?
Absolutely, as the founders talked about. So that's what I'm getting at. So when those of us that do this for a living,
it's getting a little late where I am, so I'm going to get going.
I can even talk.
Where does the Bible describe
talk about it?
I might be able to grant that.
Already showed where the Bible talks about.
Let's grant, like, the first people that ever came up with quantum physics did think that they were explaining God.
The entire field.
What I'm saying is that field has expanded, and I would say probably the vast majority of people that actually study quantum physics doesn't agree with that statement.
And that's an appeal to
probably, but I'm just saying, like,
listen,
just because like the root founders had a biases does not mean that the science is based upon that bias, right?
So I would agree with
Joel,
that. With the people that
made
you
a claim.
believe are physicists are the ones that are biased.
Joel, you just made a claim. You said the Bible
I
describes.
think everybody's biased.
You said the Bible describes
that's the joy
quantum
of the beauty
fields.
of science. We try to
Assembly, will you
identify
shut
and
up?
avoid our confirmation bias.
What? Who said that?
People can talk without you mitigating it, Assembly.
Well, I'm just asking. Joel made a claim, right?
I know you're trying to create. I know you've got an agenda, but please let us talk.
I don't have an agenda. I'm just asking. You made a claim.
You have an obvious agenda.
You said the Bible describes quantum fields, right?
You don't know. I don't think you know what quantum physics is. I think this.
Where does the Bible describe quantum fields?
This is a red herring topic.
Where does the Bible describe quantum fields? What
The
verse?
Bible can. I don't think the Bible can.
But he made that claim.
When it talks about the fleeting universe.
That's a claim, Joel. That's interesting. I'd love to hear about that.
Yeah, it's the more prominent part again, and this is what's so frustrating, is that it's been talked about ad nauseum for over a century now. The idea that not just reality but time, everything is fleeting, it's temporary. That's quantum physics, the coherent versus the incoherent property states. Fundamental basic quantum physics. Reality, as Einstein put it, reality is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one.
So let me guess.
Heisenberg. Let me get Heisenberg's quote on it real quick. He said the concept of objective reality of the elementary particles has thus evaporated, not into the cloud of some obscure new reality concept, but into the transparent clarity of a mathematics that represents no longer the behavior of particles, as most amateurs think, but rather our knowledge of this behavior. And if that doesn't make sense, let me know.
Okay, so let me guess. In the Bible, let me give you a little hint. Are you when you talk about the quantum fields, are you going to Hebrews 1?
No.
Are you going to, where God said, we can see the invisible, and all that crap? I can't remember what it is, but we can see the invisible, and the invisible will become visible to you with faith.
No, that's the scientific method.
No, but what Bible verse are you referring to?
Again, the concepts of a fleeting universe and ex nihilo matter. Calvin,
not ex
guy that
nihilo.
established the laws of thermodynamics. I recommend studying his work to understand how God relates with those kinds of physics.
It's not ex nihilo, it's ex nihilo.
Well, that's what I try to say.
Well, and again, I don't want to take away from Heisenberg's work at all, but we're talking the beginning of the science, right? Like, so it's like when creationists mistakenly put evolution on Darwin, right? Because Darwin started the science, but the science of evolution has come so far. I don't want to take away from Heisenberg at all. Dude was brilliant, way smarter than me, but we're talking about a man that died in 1976. We're talking about a man that published most of his papers in their early 1900s to mid 1900s. The science has progressed.
So I would probably say that might be an appeal to novelty fallacy. And again, as a guy that does this stuff actually for a living,
I commit a lot of fallacies.
It's still the same. If it had quote,
according to Christians,
quantum physics would be a different field, right?
It seems kind of funny. Like every time I just make a statement, and I'm not picking on you, Joel, because this happened with a Canadian Catholic. Everything's a fallacy. What I'm just pointing out is the apparent fact is science is progressive in nature, right?
You're trying to outdate this.
I'm saying
without
science progresses. So Heisenberg, brilliant for his time, but the science has progressed beyond that time, right?
So I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think you understand what that's saying. And so I mean, you're kind of contradicting yourself almost. Even if I'm understanding you correctly, and I apologize if I am misunderstanding you. We don't dismiss something because of its age or because of who said it. We try to combine everything that seems useful. Does that make sense?
We try to combine everything that seems useful.
Yes. We try not to dismiss anything.
No, I am totally not dismissing Heisenberg.
Oh,
brilliant for his time period. What I am saying is that obviously we're talking. He died in 1976, right? Obviously, there has been explosion of technology since then, right?
Listen,
An explosion of science since then. I'm saying the science has progressed, just like evolution progressed from Darwin. The science has progressed from Heisenberg.
So if we're gonna quote a scientist, we should quote somebody who has a little bit more updated data. Is what
Yeah,
Nas is
but it's
saying.
not just Heisenberg, man.
Right, that's what he's
Well,
saying. Usually, when you're going to go to point like a scientific source or like a peer-reviewed paper, which I know you think peer review is a myth, but if you're going to quote a paper or a scientist, you go to the most recent. You don't go from like 30, 40 years ago. You go to somebody.
I'm a high school dropout. I'm not knocking Heisenberg.
Let me ask.
That's okay. So what Marty just explained, that is by definition appeal to novelty, appeal to tradition. That's a
See, whenever you people don't like an answer, it's automatically a fallacy.
No, it's not that.
Yes,
it's not
it is.
at all. Calm down. It's not.
Somebody calm
It's
down.
let me ask you wrong because of its age. That is a logical
He
fallacy.
didn't say it was wrong. He didn't say it was wrong because of his age. He said science has progressed. So if we're gonna try and quote a scientist, let's find somebody who has more recent
I'm
data.
literally saying he was right for his time.
Right.
I'm saying
As
the
a
science has
professional quantum
progressed.
physicist who has
Show me
worked
where
in
it
the field
hasn't.
of quantum
Show me where it
physics,
hasn't, and I'll believe
Heisenberg
you.
is still correct. Is that?
But
does that
Rage,
help
why do you
guys?
He didn't say he wasn't correct, but is there
As a
somebody
guy
a
who
little
makes
closer
that
to
Stop. Sorry.
As a guy who you guys are pretending to talk about, Heisenberg is still correct.
Sounding
Is that
bad.
good enough or no?
Well, you're just not even listening to what we're saying.
I mean, if Heisenberg was out of date, though,
give something
shouldn't you be able to show
It's
something?
not tied to the man. It's tied to the science. Science doesn't change because someone said something.
You're
Or
not
that he
paying
died.
attention to what we're saying, but that's okay.
There's people that so Aristotle died roughly what 300 BC, I think, and the stuff that Aristotle said back in ancient Greece are still applicable today, especially with things like natural selection. Aristotle falsified natural selection 2,700 years ago or 23, whatever.
Aristotle falsified natural selection.
Yes.
Are you serious?
Absolutely. In fact, I've got a link to the free MIT online library to his treatise on physics where he describes that in 9 different ways.
Holy shit! That means that Aristotle debunked evolution.
No.
That's what
he
that
debunked
would
natural
mean.
selection.
Natural selection is one of the mechanisms of evolution.
No. So atheists, okay, so like Einstein complained, atheists really can't be scientists. And so what people have done is they have changed the idea of Christian creationist science, Lamarckianism, Bill Paley's natural theology, Darwin when he was a Christian still. They've stolen those ideas and replaced God with this atheistic God, personal God view called natural selection.
But I need proof.
What?
Yeah. So natural selection is it's a replacement for the God of the Bible.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
But
is.
how did
Absolutely,
Aristotle
110,000%.
It's a theory based in faith, not observation. You cannot apply the scientific method.
How did Aristotle debunk evolution?
I can't because I'm not a scientist, but scientists do apply the scientific method
Only
to
the
natural
scientist
selection.
priest class can see these things.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
where's
Phil, I
Immutable
can't get the
Destiny?
first part of what you're saying.
Immutable Destiny, please get in here. Okay.
He left, and no one else can come in because Richard's not here.
Yeah.
How did evolution debunk? How did Aristotle debunk evolution?
He didn't. He just debunked natural selection for the 3rd time. What were you trying to say, Flow State, though?
I was saying that about evolution, right? Like we cannot apply the scientific method to evolution. And Marty said that's because I'm not a scientist. I said so only the priest class can tell you the truth of science. That's how they've sort of swapped the two.
Now, I'm not a scientist, so I don't know how to apply the. I'm saying scientists do.
So you're taking it on faith. So you're taking it on faith.
No, there's no faith.
What is
No, there's no faith. It's called evidence.
Did you say?
Have you seen the evidence, or are you believing in the authority that's telling you there is evidence? You're having faith in authority. I'm not telling you that that's a wrong belief. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that your basis in this is a belief in the authority. It's not a personal experience.
Well, it's a belief. More precisely, Flow State, I would argue, it's a belief. It's a blind faith belief in unverifiable amounts of time.
So, Flow State, do you have an authority?
If Jesus is your authority and you're gonna say that you don't take what Jesus says on faith, then you're a hypocrite. Because you
Jesus is not my authority.
Jesus or anything.
Okay.
Who's the authority? Who's
He's
your
talking
authority?
about the scientific application of evolutionary theory.
I'm just
right?
applying the scientific method to belief structures. It doesn't require
specifically evolutionary
Do you
theory,
have an
right?
authority, Flow State?
So again,
Are you a Christian, Lucy? If you're a Christian, then Jesus would be your authority. No?
But I'm not.
Before,
okay. That's what I was asking. That's what I said. Are you a Christian?
Before you change the subject, Marty, let me help
Who's
see
your
if
authority,
I can
Flow State?
engage Flow State on that. So the scientific method that Christians invented, Francis Bacon's scientific method, says that their basic method is to try to verify a hypothesis, a statement of faith, through repeatably observable observations in real time. That's the basics of the scientific method.
Was
And
Francis
so,
Bacon a Christian?
since evolutionary theory, the Christian creationist scientific theory of how God may have evolved life out of the original, ancestors, the common ancestors out of the Garden of Eden, as Lamarck and Darwin, all those guys, postulated in the early 1800s.
Was Francis
Since
Bacon?
that can't be observed in real time, it has to be assumed God may have done it, or natural selection may have done it over several millions or billions of years. That is not a scientific, repeatedly observable observation in real time. It's not a scientific, conclusion, basically, right? Is that what you're trying to help agree?
Yeah.
So was Francis Bacon a Christian?
Yes, he's an Anglican to be specific.
Was Michael Faraday a Christian?
Yes.
So was Einstein a Christian?
I believe so. He said that if you read a Bible, you can feel the actual presence of Jesus. That sounds
Really? Einstein was a Christian?
I think so, and he agreed with Spinoza's God. And Spinoza said Jesus was God, but that's a whole different topic. Can we stick to one topic at a time, please?
It doesn't matter if they were Christians or not. Just
Agreed.
what they say, hold up to the evidence.
No, but you cannot claim that Christians developed a scientific method. That's false.
They did.
I would say
that's an irrefutable fact of history.
I would say that secular society developed the scientific.
You can say whatever the fuck you want, but you're absolutely wrong.
Francis Bacon is not a secular society. That's stupid.
I think history shows Christians created the scientific method, and then they realized what they did and turned against it.
But it was a collaboration between different people.
Regardless,
I would be more broad. So science is not the scientific
so you disagree that like Christianity itself, the institution, has waged a war against science since these foundations were presented?
Exactly.
Yeah, in fact, probably 99% of everybody I've ever worked with, again, in my many decades of being in science.
I'm gonna tell you exactly when Christians started waging this war.
No, you can't.
In science, okay?
Oh, you're lying. This is stupid.
This happened before Darwin. This happened before Darwin with Charles Lyell and James Hutton. These guys.
I wish that he left us the ability to mute you.
Yeah, you're just lying to us.
I'd actually say it started back in the Renaissance, maybe even before. Like I would say, like
Bacon invented the scientific methods during the Renaissance.
I would say, like certain things in science, that theists in general, not just Christians, think that like comply with their God belief, they accept, and certain things in science that doesn't comply with their God belief, they deny.
But Rage, it mainly
that's what I was
started.
trying to get into, Rage, is that there's a difference between science, quote unquote, and that has existed since man first had a thought, versus the scientific method is not necessarily science. It's just one. It's one.
Well, I would disagree with that. Like science did not was not a thing since man first had thought. Science was a thing that developed from philosophy, and over time mankind adapted. At first, I would say, if you're an evolutionist anyway, you would probably agree. Mankind at first was instinctual, not scientific.
Yes,
I would say you disagree with me because philosophy is also just a field of thought. Right. But regardless, the idea to try to observe things and make a reaction off of it, that is science. That's
philosophy was the first field of thought, and it was the science of thought.
And most philosophy came from secular people, from pagans.
I mean, I've been reading the classic philosophers. Most of them were theists.
The Greeks.
Well, regardless, that's also in a field of popularity in a different topic. Can we stick to one damn topic at a once?
I agree. Like we are way far afield now.
Yeah, it's frustrating. You guys don't know how to keep to a topic.
Well, can can you?
We appreciate you being here, anyways, Joel.
Well,
can you
thank
appoint?
you.
Can somebody appoint a moderator then?
Anybody but you, Assembly of God.
Okay.
Oh
Do you
my
want to be
God.
the moderator? Fucking Flow
Fucking
State.
rude.
Yeah, sure. I'll take it.
You want to be a moderator?
As long as you
Are
don't.
you serious? Did you
As
vote
long
for
as you
Trump?
stop.
Did you vote for Trump?
Help us, Lord.
I'm just kidding. Okay, Flow State is the moderator. Go ahead, moderate.
We don't. I wish we didn't have to have moderators. It's just to have a cool conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys overtalk each other.
No, you do.
I don't overtalk anybody.
Ah. Well, the problem is topic jumping. If you guys want to talk about something other than science, I can bid y'all a farewell, good night, and all that good stuff. I mean, I don't want y'all to.
One thing I'd like to pick apart a little bit though is Rage, and I'm misphrasing this. I know that this is the wrong way to say it, but Rage was kind of attempting to undermine the esoteric component of science by suggesting that the scientists were outdated.
Yes.
And Rage, I guess my thought on that would be that if these principles had been pushed aside or become obsolete, there would be something to show what made them obsolete along the way.
What replaced them? Correct. I love that. What has replaced quantum physics?
Or
Which
Marty.
things will replace it?
Have sort of a similar view on that. I was just saying, or Marty, because Marty and Ray seem to have similar views on that topic.
Well, I was muted. So I would say, like, basically, it's common sense. Science evolves, right? Like, the more thinkers you have in a field of science, the more it's going to evolve, right? So if you're going to the root of a science, I don't dismiss Darwin and what Darwin did when it comes to evolution, but I understand that evolution has surpassed Darwin on so many different levels. And I understand that as a person that isn't a scientist, right? So I'm not dismissing Heisenberg, who was a Christian and, you know, unabashedly so, right? Like, he had his Christian belief, right? I don't dismiss his science. I'm saying the science has progressed. He died in 1976. We have quantum physicists today that are doing the work. That's all I'm saying.
So again, as a guy who has professionally done quantum physics, okay,
but
I would say all of that is absolutely and incredibly irrelevant. The only relevant and the only topic worth even
having.
How
is it irrelevant if somebody has a bias?
So
right, you're saying that the early Christians that started the field are too biased, so we have to listen to physicists like myself today who have different biases. But if I can finish, I was going to say the only thing that's really relevant is whether or not the principles, as Flow State put it, apply to whether or not it talks about deity, whether it talks about what or who regulates the decoherent properties that quantum physics, the math describes, the wave function collapse events, all the different, there's all kinds of different field theories and fluctuation theories, uncertainty principles, all kinds of different things that talk about things outside of the material universe. And so that's what quantum physics addresses. Does that predicate a God or not? That it doesn't matter so much the personal opinions of things. Again, we scientists mostly, if not exclusively, try to fit the science to our religion.
Okay, Flow State, can I ask you a question? When was the Earth made? How old is the Earth?
Topic change.
I have no idea.
Topic change.
I have no idea. How's it relevant, though?
Topic change.
No, this is a science and religion question, right?
It's topic change.
How's it relevant?
It's not a topic change.
It's a topic change. We're talking about quantum physics.
Are we talking about science and religion or not?
I thought we were talking about quantum physics for the second time.
That's a subtopic.
No.
How is it relevant? God, we don't know the answer. Where are you going with the question?
Yeah. When was the Earth made?
I don't know the answer. Where are you going with the question?
No. How old do you think the Earth is?
I don't know the answer. Where are you going with the question? Stop asking me leading questions. Just go to where you're leading me to.
I'm trying to ask
and
you.
after he finishes, is there anybody here who still wants to talk about quantum physics, or are we done with that?
Nobody wants to talk about quantum physics anymore.
I was enjoying quantum physics, but Assembly of God won't shut the fuck up.
That's what I thought.
So, Joel, so if you don't want to talk about quantum physics, Joel, so go ahead and leave, okay? Because we're going to talk about science and religion, okay?
No, we're not.
I've got to have Richard make me a mod for you, Assembly.
That was very, very rude and insulting of you, Assembly of God. You're trying to control people now. You're a control freak.
I am not controlling anybody.
You are a religious control freak.
I am just
my
saying.
Scientific opinion.
I am just saying, Joel. Do you want to talk about science?
Yes, and so do other people. You jerk. Come on, give us a break.
Do you want to talk about science and religion, or just quantum physics?
I don't think you should ask any more questions. Just make statements if you have thoughts, but you don't really have to.
We might have to try to figure out how to talk without this or around this guy.
What do you want to talk about, Joel? Do you want to talk about science and religion, or quantum physics?
What the rest of us?
You're breaking up. Can you jump out and jump back in?
I think both can kind of correlate, because I mean that is the ultimate question, right? Like, as an atheist, I've always maintained I need some concrete evidence, right? So if quantum physics, if it's going to be eventually string theory, if it's going to be some new science we discover in 60 years and I'm still alive to see it, if that science proves God, and I can look at it and I can understand it, well, I might die and believing in a God, but that's what it is going to take for me, right?
Well, no, it's not though. I don't think it would.
Well,
it hasn't
for me personally, it
hasn't taken that for space, dinosaurs. There's all sorts of things. Everything that's conventional science is something that you're taking without solid hard proof.
Well, only that, but
no. So when it comes to dinosaurs,
Rage, if I may respond for you,
when it comes to dinosaurs, I went to museums. I saw those bones, right? Like I see physical evidence of these creatures, right? Like I haven't seen that with God.
You've seen plaster casts.
Well, the obvious question to beg.
Well, no, if you go to,
why do you disagree with those who do?
I mean, according to Kent Hovind, if you go to Dinosaur Adventureland, he's got fossils there, real fossils, like real fossils that are bones of these animals. They prove an existence of something, right? We don't have that with
I'm
God.
not saying dinosaurs don't exist. I'm just suggesting that you don't need that much proof to believe something.
Well,
because
everybody, can I ask a question that was posed in the chat? I have a question from the chat. Okay.
Well, I wanted to ask Rage a question before we change subjects again.
Can we just address this question?
You're done moderating. You're done moderating.
Remember your question, Joel, because I would like to answer if I can.
Well, it'd be nice if we could talk about one thing at a time.
Okay, can I ask this question?
Can we wait till after Rage and I finish and others?
Listen, the Trusty 8 podcast says
no, we can't.
Just don't answer. Don't encourage it. Assembly, nobody's answering your shit.
Cryptomary wants to know who wants to talk about hockey. I want to talk about hockey.
Listen, you guys can go back to what you were discussing.
Real quick, I'll just try to ask Rage.
But I want to ask this
see
question.
If Assembly of God can be tolerant enough for us to be able to talk amongst ourselves or not.
I just ask this question?
What would be your response to those who do? Would be the question to beg, Rage.
Can I just ask this question from the chat?
Later. Yeah, if we
the
all
person
agree.
that watches Rich's channel and they want to ask a question. Can I ask the question?
Yeah, after the rest of us want to, Assembly of God, please stop being a bully.
I've already kind of lost track where we were.
Okay,
just Assembly of God, please stop being a bully. Rage,
Okay, listen,
what would be the better question to beg from what you said earlier was what would be your response to those who do agree?
To those who do agree with what?
How the same exact science you think you're observing agrees with God. What is your response with them? Do you know the argument for God? I guess
my response is quite frankly, humans are fickle, right? So I think humans have biases. I think most theists were raised theists, so they have childhood indoctrinations that they just can't overcome. So when they look at these sciences, either they'll do one of two things. They will manipulate the results of that science to fit their narrative, or they will morph their narrative to fit the results of that science. But me personally, as an atheist, what I'm saying is this: if concrete evidence of a God's existence is out there, it's going to come from science, and science is going to prove it definitively. I might be alive for that. I might be really old for that, and then I can die and confess my sins and go to heaven and all of that. Or science will not do that in my lifetime. I will die and burn in hell, and science will do that later if God is proven to be true.
Okay, so
but for me as an atheist, I just need more than the assertions of humans. Right. That's what I need.
Right. So could that be more applicable or a symptom of those of your faith versus those who actually create the science and try to apply it to varieties of applications?
So when you say my faith compared to those that create the science, are you saying that atheists have not, quote unquote, created science?
Well, so that's changing.
So are you just giving like all of science to Christianity now?
That's changing subjects.
No, it's not. I'm asking a legitimate. I mean, you're literally
asking a question
me
to answer my question. That's not how you should answer, I think, normally.
Well, so when it comes to science, I do not dismiss scientists because of their biases.
I didn't ask that.
I do not ignore their biases.
Are you the one that could be biased? You don't even know what the scientific
yes, I can be biased. I am human being.
And I wasn't really,
without a doubt,
trying to even ask anecdotally. I was just trying to make that point. That I think
without a doubt, I could be the one that's biased. I believe the things that I believe based on the evidences that I have received throughout my lifetime. Right?
Science, a lot of people that don't even know the evidence. I think people like yourself, and correct me if I'm wrong, you don't even know what the evidence is. Simply make biased.
Well, when it comes to what science, like, are we talking evolution? So if it comes to evolution, I know
chill the hell out.
Yo, what's going on here?
You're saying I don't understand a thing, and I'm trying to respond.
Why,
you guys are going crazy
in the middle.
Like,
I sit there and I'm silent for you repeating yourself 3 or 4 times in a row.
Who, me?
Shut the fuck up, man.
Same basic respect.
Yo, we're gonna do 2 minutes. We're gonna do 2 minutes right now, okay?
I literally listen to you,
like religious fanatics. She's what you guys have scientifically proven tonight. As I'm
religious fanatics?
Yes, you are. You cannot have a civilized, much less scientific conversation.
You asked him a question, he was answering your question, and you just yelled at him.
Yeah, because he can't stop interrupting.
But you asked him a question, he was answering you.
I was in the middle of answering, Marty.
Can we have some civility here, please?
Yes, can we?
I am lost.
What's going on?
I have no idea what's going on. He just started yelling at you.
They're trying to force their religion on us is what's going on, and it's frustrating. We can't have a good civil conversation.
Joe, calm down, okay?
You're the ones that are going crazy. You're wanting to interrupt every conversation we have, Assembly of God.
Quiet, go get
you guys are guilty of everything you project onto others.
Joel, for most of this, Joel, I've been agreeable with you.
No, I don't care. I don't care.
Take a break.
Stop.
I don't even understand where we're at right now because I was just trying to answer you.
I don't care about your beliefs. I don't care about what you think of me. Do you know?
I don't know you.
What you're presuming to talk about for your religious belief tonight? Yes or no?
I don't have religious beliefs.
It's not a religious belief, you fucktard.
That's what the problem is, Joel. You think that everybody has a religious belief, but you.
Atheism is not a religious belief.
Why can't you religious atheists have a cool conversation?
Atheism is not a religion.
That's
probably why you can't have a conversation.
Joel,
you're saying atheism is a religion and it's not.
Joel,
that's probably
I'm not religious. I'm not atheist.
Joel, I literally, I just stopped being the raging atheist because atheists pissed me off. I'm not religious, yo. Oh my God, I don't know how to explain this to you. When it comes to evolution, if you're asking me about evolution, how can I know about the evidence of evolution?
Let me ask you a question.
Let me finish my answer because I was trying to answer Joel. So Joel, when it comes to evolution, I can look at the beads left behind by the migration out of Africa.
Talking forever. Can somebody else talk for some?
Yeah, Joel, real quick. That whole atheism is a religion.
I was trying to answer.
I don't think about that, Marty. You can't control me.
I don't like fucking people dominating conversations.
You atheists scientifically proved
I actually had a chance to answer Joel there for a second.
Stop forcing your atheist religion on me. Let's get back to a conversation.
So when it comes to evolution, right? I can look at evolution. I can see the beads that the migration out of Africa left because they left beads everywhere. I can look at the bones. I can look at the grave sites, right?
You're fucking all lost. All of you are fucking lost.
You and Joel not fucking lost, dude. What are you talking about?
You're changing all the
I'm answering Joel's question,
man.
Joel asked the question. Knock was answering the question, and Joel freaked out and yelled at him while he was talking.
You guys are all over the fucking place. What is wrong with you?
No. Actually, Assembly of God, we are actually on topic. You're all over the fucking place, dude. You know, like, oh my, holy shit, dude. I Woosah.
Listen, can we fucking calm down? Can we fucking Joel? Okay, listen.
Joel asked me a question. I was answering it. Joel interrupted me, and now you're talking bullshit.
Rach, do you know what Joel's question was?
He asked me like how I can believe the evidences I believe. I was trying to answer it.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes, Rach. Go ahead.
So as I was saying, if your question is regarding evolution, I can believe that the evidences I've been given when it comes to migration out of Africa, the beads left behind, the grave sites left behind, the bones left behind. When it comes to quantum physics, right? Like I can believe the things that I've studied on it, which are minute. I'm not a scientist, right? I don't pretend to be a scientist. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in a God. All I need for God is some concrete evidence, scientifically proven, and then I might believe in some thing that controls the universe. Does that bring me to a Christian God? Hell no. For that, we're going to need some like serious shit. We're going to need some angels. We're going to need something, you know, outside of that. But when it comes to like science proving a God, I think it's possible. When it comes to science disproving a God, I think it's possible. Will it happen in my lifetime? I don't fucking know. I haven't lived it yet. That's my answer.
That had absolutely nothing to do with my question.
What is your response? Go ahead.
Well, in all fairness, Joel, your question was like 20 minutes ago before an argument, so I don't quite remember it.
Okay, fine. Joel, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
It's like you fixed your mic. Blue State.
Joel, you have 2 minutes. Man.
My mic wasn't fucked up, was it?
Yeah, you were muted. I saw your hands and your mouth moving.
Oh yeah, it's fine. I was just trying to get Assembly of God to shut up, like always.
Yeah. So, yeah, that proves my point, Rage, earlier about how a lot of religious fanatic types, they don't really care to have these scientific conversations. And
atheism is not a religion. Stop calling it that.
I thought I had 2 minutes.
I do like religion. I like scientific
and
conversations,
also,
but I don't
I think
pretend to be a scientist.
You confirm Einstein's complaint. Why atheists really can't know science, because basically science can never prove anything. So the whole idea you base your religion on scientific proof. See how I can't talk?
Why should I shut?
You see how hypocritical how the atheists are always.
You had your 2 minutes.
You can't pretend to have an answer, because if you answer something that goes against the atheist religion, they will squash you.
It is
now, Joel, you're just demonizing me.
They will interrupt you. They will call you names.
Man, shut the fuck up.
You can't answer a religious atheist.
How long is fucking 2 minutes? I mean, so
I don't know.
So seriously,
notice how I could never finish.
Rage, man. Can you let the guy finish?
Hypocrites.
Like Assembly of God, shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Joel. But like seriously, for you to be telling me to shut up, it's kind of asinine here.
You guys are fucking talking over each other, and that's not fucking.
Like, Assembly of God, that's what you've done for an hour and a half, bitch.
Okay.
The only thing we can all agree on is that we all hate Assembly of God, in which you would just leave.
If I may, if I may, I'm gonna try to be kind here. And if anybody else wants to do this as well, I might consider as well. We can have a different channel. We can agree to go somewhere else where there can be some actual moderation.
Why don't we keep going? I'll set up a back door. We can go to my channel if we need to, but I don't think we need to yet.
Okay. Thank you.
What I'm saying, Joel, is simply is this, right? So when you start coming at me with terminology such as religious atheist, you're being asinine.
I don't care. I don't care what you think.
know you don't. I know you don't, because that's
I have
your
a right
belief
to my
system.
opinion. I have a right to disagree with your religion.
How the hell did I turn my camera on? Y'all see my pretty face tonight?
Yeah.
I got my
Nice.
lines are good. My lines are good.
your beard tan lines, what?
My beard lines, yeah. my beard lines are good.
I got a beard that goes down to my stomach. My beard can compete with Richard's. It's part why he and I get along so well, I think.
I go about 2.5 months and I'm like, I gotta shave it. Like, it drives me nuts.
Yeah,
My beard has
my
better
wife
grade.
won't let me trim it now. She says it's too manly, so I can't. I'm not. Yes, I don't know if y'all can hear in the background. What?
I was just flaunting my beard gray balance because I got gray on this side and on this side.
I still have to say, despite disagreements, despite demonizations, Joel, I actually like talking to you, dude. I think you're smart. I think you're intelligent. I think that you're an honest interlocutor here. I'm not trying to be like dismissive of your ideas at all. I think compared to a lot of Christians I talk to, you're decent.
Well, appreciate that, and back at you, man. I was really thankful that, and that's the reason why I'm even here this long. I think was the hope that we get back to some of those technology, the AI conversations.
I love that AI conversation was fascinating. I would love to get back to that.
Yes, sir. And I do have a channel, and I don't stream very often, but when I do, man, if you'd like to email me or whatever, and set up like something specific on this stuff, this is what I live for.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm not really doing shit on my Raging Atheist channel anymore. I'm going in a different direction, but I would talk to you. I think that me and you would have disagreements, but I think that we'd have an honest conversation, and that's all I ask for. I think you're honest. I think you believe what you believe, right? Like, and if I could do anything, I would just like to dissolve you of the idea that I'm religious, right?
Oh,
but that might take time. That might take time.
Well, amen, and that's cool. But again, I'm like Marty accurately described me. I agree that everybody's religious, but you remind me of one of my favorite quotes that my wife turned me onto from Robert Heinlein. He said, "I'll never learn from a man who agrees with me." And you remind me of that, so thank you.
Yes, I agree with that too. People accuse me of being in a bubble, but I try to stay outside of a bubble, right? Like I want to talk to people that disagree, but I want to talk to people that disagree honestly.
Logically.
And I think you're one of those.
Yeah. And so, I would agree. I would love to talk with you and others here more. Yeah.
Except for Assembly of God.
I think Joel disagrees.
I like Assembly of God, I do, but tonight we just aren't mixing well.
I think Joel disagrees with everybody.
Yeah,
I agree with basically
even with myself, right?
And everybody disagrees with Joel.
That's right, because you don't have an agenda, Assembly, right?
Well, hey, listen, I think everybody disagrees with everybody at some point, right? Like,
what?
You could be the best of friends, and you're gonna find a disagreement. You're just going to,
How's this sound, guys? I think that the four of us have sucked the air out of the room. Maybe Marty can pick a topic.
Yeah, Marty, let's go. How old is the Earth?
Well, and real quick, Marty, I haven't commented on your Facebook shit, but for your personal stuff, you have my support, and I love you, and all that shit, dude.
Thanks, thank you. It's been a rough couple weeks.
I'm
dealing with some trauma, and mostly,
I don't want to expand on it, but I love you, and you've been my friend for so long, and I haven't responded to you on Facebook, and I just wanted to let you know I feel for you, and you got my support, and I'm glad that you are you're doing you, and I appreciate that.
I'm working on it. Thanks, Mike. I love you too. I appreciate it. Huh?
I love you too. Sorry to hear that.
Oh, thank you. It's most of it's from childhood, and that's starting to come up now as I'm trying to figure out some shit as a almost 45-year-old adult.
Really?
Yeah, I'll be 45 in June.
You were in your 20s.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm pushing 47. My wife and I. I was going to offer, since you brought it up, if you don't want to go into it, it's perfectly understandable. But if you want to share what's going on and let me, we could offer advice or whatever if you want to talk about, whatever's going on.
I mean, I'm just dealing with, I guess, latent trauma from child abuse and just abusive relationships in general. So, I'm just trying to get my head around like where I'm at now and trying to figure out how to forge my path now at 45 to gain the skills that I didn't have earlier in life.
Better late than never. That's not even late, really. Most people never deal with that shit.
Well,
true.
Well,
yeah, my wife went through some really bad childhood stuff similar to that. It wasn't until her probably mid-30s or so. And of course, Flo's right. It's lifelong. All of us have trauma we have to deal with.
I honestly think, as a 44-year-old man, we're starting to figure shit out right now, right? Like in our 40s, we're figuring it out. In our 20s and our 30s, we thought we knew, right?
You reminded me, Rage. I used when I was younger, all my 40-plus-year-old friends, they would say stuff like, "You don't really start living until you're 40." So I never understood, but
I started to figure out that Christianity was bullshit at the age of 40.
And now look at you.
Well, I made it earlier than that.
What?
But I would say that in my 40s, I'm actually starting to understand Christians a bit better, I think, than I did in my 20s when I left. And that's not a good thing.
Well, I would
usually, but
yeah,
sometimes it is. Sometimes it's a very good thing.
Hey, when you get Joel, when you get the age of 40, or Flow State, when you get the age of 40, you're gonna figure some major shit out in your life, man.
Cool. I would promote, Rage, for you that there's nothing really to quote unquote understand about Christians. Christians themselves, the whole philosophy of Christianity specifically dictates that we're all sinners.
Well, let me just predict something.
I'm sorry. Let me be dutifully interrupted again by the religious control freak. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see if I can remember my train of thought. Oh, that is basically, I gotta keep this thing short. It's about understanding Christ. So a Christian, you're just like a Christian. And Christians are just like you. The only difference is that Christians are trying to understand Christ.
All right, that would be like me saying I'm trying to understand Genghis Khan.
Nope, not at all. Genghis Khan was not Christ. Hate to break it to you.
Maybe not, but he was a historical figure. All right, so let me put it this way. No,
I understand what you're going to try to say, but it's not. I'm pretty confident it's not going to be good or true. Jesus is his own person, and that's all Christians try to do is understand Jesus and love Jesus.
But how can you understand somebody removed from the earth 2,000 years that you haven't met, you haven't talked to, you haven't been able to pick his brain on anything?
Well, so that's where Christians would disagree with you, because then that's the part of their evidence. They've met Christ. Like Einstein, I like to cite him, how he says, you can feel the actual presence of Jesus today. But the point is, don't judge Christians because of them. Judge, if you want to understand Christians, you need to understand Christ. Because Christians are only, in fact, this would be Christian.
Well, I think I understand Christ, but my understanding of Christ is quite different than your understanding of Christ.
And that's fine. That's the point. If a self-subscribed Christian is not emulating Christ, then they're really not a Christian, are they?
Okay, so Joel, what method did you use to determine that Christianity was true?
The Christian's scientific method.
There's a Christian scientific method?
I'm surprised you're not smiling or laughing at something at that one, Flow State.
No, I want to know what
it was clever, but more I'm just getting this front headache from Assembly of God continuing to talk.
I want to know what the Christian
because he keeps asking leading questions and he doesn't go anywhere with them. He just wants to lead.
Yeah, because he does not have an agenda. Don't forget.
Right,
I want to know what the Christian scientific method is.
I stated it several times earlier tonight, and I really rather
the Christian scientific method is the scientific method, right? Like, so if Christians originated the scientific method, it does not take away from the scientific method.
The scientific method is one of observation, right? So if you can observe it doesn't matter who invented it. It's not a Christian thing. It's not an atheist thing. It just is observable.
As an atheist, I would say if we took away all Christian accomplishment in this world, we'd be pretty fucked.
So is it possible? Is it possible that the Hindus could have invented the scientific method?
No,
it's not possible.
No, it's Hindus maybe. All right, I heard Islam.
I think anybody could have, but Christians.
Is it possible that the Greeks?
I only do that to kind of rub people like Assembly of God wrong a little bit, just for fun. The point is that in science we generally try to attribute things to those who founded it. Christians founded the formalized scientific method, so we call it the Christian scientific, and it's not important. That's my answer. I use the scientific method, the Christian scientific method, to try to understand.
So if it's
God.
a Christian scientific method,
Wait, so
why
what year
Christians...
did Christians discover this method? What year did they discover this method?
We already covered that. We already covered that. So
I did drop a link down there. If you all decide we need to jump somewhere where Assembly of God can't follow, let me know. We can go over and I'll drop it in the comments for everybody else. But
I'm just saying because the scientific method, granting, I don't even know it's fact, but granting that it's fact that the scientific method was created by a Christian, doesn't mean it's a Christian scientific method.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
That would be like that would be like like, all right. So that would be exactly like all of you conservative Christians out there that say socialism and communism was founded by Stalin, right?
No,
like
that would be like
it's insane.
That would be like Henry Ford saying he discovered the wheel.
No, it's like Einstein discovering the theory of relativity physics.
No, it would be like Henry Ford saying
We call it Einstein's theory of relativity.
he discovered the wheel
scientific method
because he
Planck's
invented
theory
the
of quantum
assembly of
physics.
cars.
We call it the Heisenberg uncertainty
That would be
principle.
the equivalent.
We assign those that invent something.
No, we don't call it the
originate.
Heisenberg uncertainty.
Henry
We
Ford
call
did
it the
not invent the
uncertainty
wheel.
principle.
No, we call it Heisenberg's uncertainty principle to be more precise.
To be more precise, so you can give that credit to a Christian, right?
That's the point. Oh my gosh. So we're like literally talking about
if it's an atheist scientist, are you going to give that credit to
Einstein's
an
theory
atheist
of relativity, the Pythagorean theorem, all these things are attributed.
I mean, yeah, you have quoted you've quoted Einstein several times, and I know you think that Einstein's a Christian, but he wasn't. He was a deist, right?
No. Did you hear Flo?
Yes, he was. He was a deist.
No, he absolutely could never be a deist. Einstein literally said the same spirit that quote moves the universe moves our spirit. That's the exact opposite of deism. Did you hear what Flow State said though? For third time about Pythagorean.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
You want to repeat it, Flow State?
I was just saying that we attribute things to their developers. You got the Pythagorean theorem. You've got Einstein's theory of relativity. It's not trying to score one for the team. In fact, the team thinking is what gets absolutely in the way of everybody's objective clarity on this topic. Everybody's trying to root for their team. There isn't a team except for right and wrong. And so
well, and I would further confess, if I had a motive for calling it the Christian scientific method, it's simply to help atheists remember that their religious beliefs are not all that there is for science.
Joel, for the love of the
I will
God.
always call atheism a religious belief.
Yeah, but
It's not.
All right.
It's
So-
not called the Christian scientific method. It's called the scientific method.
Yeah, I've literally never heard it called the Christian
Me
scientific
neither.
method.
And
The scientific method.
So real quick,
It doesn't matter.
real quick.
State
Both
has.
Albert Einstein and Anthony Flew had various religious influences during their adolescent years, but both turned away from Christianity due to rational inconsistencies that, in their views, made faith incompatible to science on the one hand and to reason on the other. Einstein retained a deistic sense of appreciation of the universe, while Flew retreated into atheism. Like this is just known historical fact. I know you like to paint Einstein as a Christian, but he wasn't.
Well, so I prefer primary source opinion. I agree more with Einstein talking about himself than the secondary false opinions that you just quoted from. They contradict the primary source.
Drop your link to Wikipedia, please.
Yeah. Flow State, I like to share how the only reliable article or page in the entire Wikipedia website is the article that says that Wikipedia is not a reliable source. And usually that makes people laugh, but oh well.
And then people keep on using it.
Yes.
But
regardless, yeah, no, I agree with Einstein about God. I'm a Christian, so.
and I'm the nice gray blob of nothing. I have actually no dog in this fight at all. But I do think that there are some esoteric or spiritual realities.
You have a dog in the fight. You have a dog in this fight.
Okay, I have a dog in the fight, sure. Whatever Assembly of God says. But since I don't think consciously that I'm tied to a team in this either way, I'm not trying to start a fight here but I know it's going to do it anyways. But I would just like to point out the similarities that atheism has to a religion, which is that they're all faith-based organizations with tenets that you can or cannot believe.
Okay, Flo.
Well, I would like to point out what's being said in the chat that Einstein was ethically a Jew.
Flo, can I ask you a question? If
Well,
atheism is a
Flo,
religion,
I don't know if you had a period yet. Did you?
I might as well.
I said ethically. I meant his ethnicity. You know, his heritage was Jewish.
We could go on and on down the list of how atheism has a lot of similarities to religion, but I think just the broad strokes, you can see that it's a faith-based belief system.
Okay, so let me.
But they don't have faith. They don't have faith. They don't have beliefs.
Listen,
how is atheism a faith-based? How is atheism a faith-based religion?
That's what atheists are.
Jesus Christ.
Atheism is the belief.
I just want to ask this question. I just want to ask this question. Can I ask?
Atheism is the belief that there is not a God.
I want to hear this.
So
if atheism is a religion, right? Can atheism get tax exempt status from the government?
No, they can't.
Yes, yeah, they can. Yeah, they can.
Oh, yes, they do.
Real quick, there are atheist churches that get tax exempt status.
Yes, and
are you serious?
Atheist clergy get tax exemption status.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, no, it's actually, honestly, it's actually a part of atheist activism. It is to apply pressure to the rules. And to apply equality to the rules, and there are atheist churches that are tax exempt.
I have several federal court cases where atheist church organizations have tried to sue the IRS to remove their religious tax exemption, and they have all lost. The federal courts have repeatedly and consistently ruled. I mean, that there are many. Their logic.
Beautiful. That's all I want.
There are constitutional freedoms given to religions that we need to look at as a society.
You know word edgewise again, and
all I want to know is that
if
atheism is a religion.
No, Joel is right here. Joel is right.
I didn't even.
But it doesn't mean it's right. You know what I'm saying?
Do you want to hear the legal arguments why the federal court legal arguments why atheism is a defined religion, or no? You guys just want to have your religious beliefs about religion.
Well,
I mean, honestly, Joel, you can give them, but I don't care what the federal government says. I really don't.
Neither do I. But you don't need the federal government to observe the similarities.
Well, I would agree.
What similarities?
The point is just that it has been tried. So courts and the court system, the legal system, is supposed to be empirical. It's supposed to have. You're supposed to have jurisprudence. You're supposed to have. Proof, back and forth.
Listen. So you say
it's supposed to have the highest
religion, right?
Please have
Marty's opinion on
it. Let Joel finish. After
Joel, let's go to Marty.
Our best humanistic system of some sort of standard of logic and rule of law, that kind of thing. So that's the main reason for that. My person, what I've come to as a logical conclusion on it all is the only reason I've ever been able to deduce why atheists refuse to acknowledge that their religious beliefs about God are not a religion. It seems because it's a anti-humanistic expression to claim that the rest of all of humanity who disbelieves the atheist religion, they want to disassociate themselves from the rest of everybody else who disbelieves the atheist religion, basically.
Okay, so I accept that atheism is a religion, right? Can we be tax exempt, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
And back to the original conversation, Flow State. What were we talking about before all that?
Well, real quick,
I don't remember. I was just pointing out the similarities. Rage.
Real quick, I would just like to say the definition of religious belief means any sincere held belief or information for, against, or in conjunction with any theistic, agnostic, or atheistic assumption, presumption, or position or religious doctrine, dogma, or practice, regardless of whether or not the belief or information is endorsed by any other person or public or private entity. And by this definition, I have to concede.
You're saying atheists aren't? They don't.
I'm saying by this definition, atheism can be a quote unquote religious belief.
I remember now. Flow State. I think Einstein agreed with you what you were saying earlier about this whole topic.
So that means that atheists get tax-exempt status now.
So if it's a religious belief, exactly what Assembly of God is saying right now, if it is a religious belief, then we should benefit from that religious belief.
Agreeing
Right?
with me.
Good. Yes, that's right.
I want to hear the science tell me how I'm right.
Yeah. I was curious.
If I started,
Joel, you were complimenting me on being right.
If I start an atheist church tomorrow,
I don't know if I'll be able to get a word in edgewise with all these religious atheists, but yeah.
I don't have to
All right,
pay
you know
taxes.
what? I put the link down there. Joel, Rage, Marty, any of you want to jump, we can do it. I'll drop the link in the comments for everybody else.
Atheism is a religion. Atheism is a religion, people. You heard it here for the first time. Atheism is a religion.
I would say I have to agree with that.
Whose intolerance is of the same kind as the intolerance of the religious fanatics and comes from the same source.
If there's intolerance, if there is intolerance should be fought against.
I want that sweet tax money. Come on, sweet tax money.
Biography.
I'm with Assembly on that, but I am for closing this down. Hey, Flow State, if you are doing a stream, I will come on for a bit, but I gotta go to bed.
I put the link in the private chat, and I dropped a link to the YouTube channel in the public chat. And if
I'll go join Flow State. I'm sorry, and hopefully we can have a more calm, mutual conversation with anybody else here.
I mean, Assembly of God isn't coming, so if you got a few minutes, you can jump on over. That's the whole point of this thing.
I will say, Assembly, I actually appreciate your argumentation. I appreciate your insistence, and I appreciate your fight. I will say that. Thank you for that.
Flow State, can I come over to your site or to your YouTube channel or not?
Yeah, he already said no, Assembly, and I was really hoping to get into the AI, the technology conversations with your age.
You said no?
Joel, I would love that. If we can schedule something, I would love to have you educate me on it. I'm like a novice, but I find it fascinating.
Okay. My Gmail is the same as my YouTube name, sfbmod@gmail.
All right, I'm writing that down.
Yeah, we'll report you. Appreciate you guys. Y'all have a great night. God bless.
All right, have a good night, dude. All right, and Assembly, I think you're great, dude. I love the fight, dude. I love it.
Listen, are we going over to a Flow State's channel or what?
Yeah, I'm going to for a moment. And I'll argue for you to get you in.
Did he invite me or not?
No.
Flow State. Flow State is a dick.
I like you, Assembly of God. I don't have no problems.
Me? I'm so nice.
I like you. I don't have no problems with you.
I think you're great, dude.
I'm a really nice guy. I have good arguments. I ask a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think you've been great, and I don't know. I don't think they like a lot of your questions. I don't think they like your questions. Like for me, like even when I didn't like your questions, I gave them merit, right? Like so. But this is what you get from the other side is complete dismissal, and this is what I'm sick of more than anything.
So Christians don't like transparency?
No, they don't. They don't. When I granted the whole all right, maybe this can be religious. Let's talk about it. Crickets.
Then it was all of a sudden. Then they were like, "Oh, see, it's a religious belief." No, you're not actually listening to the actual answer.
Yeah,
you're taking one small part of that and making it a whole.
So I mean, honestly, if it is a religious belief, then I, as the raging atheist, can start a ministry.
They accuse me of changing the topic when I wasn't changing the topic, right? We were going from quantum physics to science and religion. That's the same fucking thing.
We went into a whole plethora of topics, right? So and that's the nature of these rooms, right? Like topics get changed.
Well, why would I get accused of changing the topic? That's not right.
Oh, because you're an atheist.
A religious atheist. Which,
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I will have to say, I like you as simply, but I mean, compared to a lot of Christians I talk to, SFB mod, even though he's wrong, in my opinion, is kind of genuine. Like he believes what he believes and he's willing to argue it and he's not going to get all personal and shit. So I really appreciate that.
I want to ask you a question, The Rage. Do you think the SFB mod is a fundamentalist or progressive Christian?
I think he's like halfway in between. I think he's like halfway. I think he's halfway in between. I think he likes to think about science, but at the same time he tries to apply it to some fundamental beliefs.
So, say for example, the government would say, okay, say for example, the U.S. becomes a theocracy, right? And the government says, okay, we're going to follow the Bible right now, and
dead.
we're going to execute gay people. Do you think SFB mod will be okay with that? Yes or no?
Yep.
No, I don't think he would be.
No,
I do.
I would have to hear his beliefs on it, but at the same time, I think a lot of Christians think that gay people are wrong, but would not agree with their death.
I'll give Veckel that.
You know, Rage.
As much as he doesn't like me, it's just for being bisexual, he doesn't think I should be killed for that.
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
Yeah. You know, Rage, I think that even moderate Christians or progressive Christians, if, say, for example, the fundamentalists gain power or whatever, they overthrow the U.S. government, they would be okay with that. I guarantee you that.
Well, to your point there, I think that I won't speak for SFB mod, but I think that a lot of Christians who don't necessarily agree with it now, giving an atmosphere, would bow down to it. If they were told, this is what the Bible says, and now we're doing it, they would be like, okay. I do think that, yes.
That's scary.
I agree with you. There would be some kind of rational Christians out there, right? That would not take the Bible literally. And
I definitely think there would be Christians out there who would be like, no, we're not doing that, and they would be on our side. But I think it would be few of them in the United States.
Okay, so then you think that would Christians, the fundamentalists, they would overthrow the government and erect a gallows on the lawn of the of the White House?
Oh yeah.
I think the way it's looking right now.
Do you think they would hang Biden?
The overwhelming majority of Christians would like say Donald Trump is reelected, and Donald Trump is like, these atheists are just really trying to kill Christianity in America. And he directed a policy towards like getting rid of us. I think that they would all, primarily most of them, would go along with it. The same with gay people, the same with everybody,
there are Christians that are stoked, like super stoked for the rapture, like
that mob mentality, right?
For the rapture, so that they can go to heaven and let the rest of us rot.
And what I'm saying, like, even a lot of these like progressive Christians that we hear about and we see, given the mob mentality, if like the overwhelming consensus of Christianity was like, nope, this is the law now, they'd be like, all right, it's cool now, so we're good.
Marty, you're right. They would so welcome the rapture.
Mm-hmm.
Even the moderate Christians.
I agree with that. Like most Christians believe in the rapture. They're waiting for it. I call it out all the time. And if you're waiting for that, if you think that that's a good thing, you're horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with
but
you.
all right, I am gonna go. I'm gonna go and jump on flow stage just for a minute, and then I'm going to bed. Assembly of God, I thought you was all right. I was trying to argue kind of moderately, but at the same time, whenever there's a blatant atheist in the room, and usually it's me, Christians will respond negatively. So I'm sure you're used to it. I'm used to it. It's
Come on.
what's gonna be. But I think SFB mod, I think he's decent. And mainly I think he's decent because Smokey Saint hates him.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up actually. I was gonna say
I'm like, if Smokey hates you, you can't be all bad, dude. You know?
I was gonna bring that up. I was gonna say, SFB mod, you think you're so righteous, but why does Smokey hate you?
Well, that's because Smokey's a child raping fucking hypocrite.
So Smokey thinks he's righteous. So is Smokey's righteousness against SFB mod's righteousness? Who will win?
No, I didn't watch the stream, but I saw the title of it. And Smokey did the stream like a day and a half ago called "Why Are Christians So Morally Inept?" or something like that. And I'm God damn, like Smokey calling the kettle black, right?
Really? Yeah. I mean, I bet you none of the Christians he's hating on have statutory rape charges on them.
That is fucked up, man. That's seriously messed up.
I'm just saying.
Like Christians turning on Christians, I don't know. There's something wrong there, man.
Yeah.
Well, because there's no Christian that's a true Christian.
You know
except
what?
for themselves.
You know what's wrong with that? It's 45,000 denominations. That's what's wrong.
Yeah.
What's wrong with
Christian
Christianity?
except for themselves.
What's wrong with Christianity is that they believe in all this magic, but will look at Marty and be like, "You fool!"
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Marty doesn't like. We've had this conversation. Like Marty has very nuanced beliefs when it comes to that, but they will look at her and be like, "You witch."
Well,
you
I
fucking
am.
witch.
I am. But I don't do supernatural, and they think that's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. But all right, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go check out Flow State because I told him I would.
right.
Y'all have a great night. I
Night,
gotta go
have
to
a good
bed
night.
soon, so I can't be over there too long.
All right. Okay. See you, Rich.
Have a good
y'all
night.
have a good night.
Bye, guys.
Okay. Bye, Marty.
Bye.
You gonna go to Flow State?
No.
I'm just gonna be in the side chat probably.
Yeah, I might be. If Knox gonna jump in, I might be in the side chat for a minute to listen, but I'm not gonna jump in the room.
All right. All right.
All right.
Cool.
Bye.
Okay. Take it easy.
Peace and respect, Sammy. Peace and respect, Sammy. Peace and respect, Sammy. Sammy, I have to end this broadcast, man. It's coming up on 12 hours. You're muted on StreamYard, bro.
Oh, wow. Was I alive all that time? Because can you hear me?
I hear you.
Oh.
I was dealing with something else. Sorry.
You're right. I didn't realize.
But I didn't want to shut down the stream without saying good morning and I love you, brother. And I'm getting ready for work right now. I just woke up.
Yeah, no worries. They said you weren't able to shut it down or something.
Oh, I left the stream, and they're supposed to shut down when the last person leaves, but apparently either everyone left, or something went wrong with StreamYard. I don't know which one.
Yeah, well, everyone left. When I came in, it was black. There was no one there. So.
It's awful nice of you to come in with no one to talk to.
Because you were live there on YouTube, so, and people were in the chat chatting still. So,
oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I'll jump in.
Well, anyway, I want to say, what is it for you? It's afternoonish.
Nope, 12:20 a.m. So
Okay.
nearly bedtime.
Oh, midnight. Oh, yeah. Wow. It's so weird to me. I guess, but the planet works that way.
And you're just waking up the day behind me.
That's correct. Yeah.
I'm going to sleep the day ahead of you. Yeah.
Anyway, I love you, man, but I'm going to go ahead and shut this thing down before it gets to 12 hours and they don't even publish it.
Yeah. Have a good day.
Love you, bro. Peace.
You too. Love you.
Hope
Bye.
to see you again soon.
Yep.